Greetings, and welcome to the Thirsty Mage, the podcast that only takes 1 week off per year. And this just happens to be that week. As always, my name is David Lloyd, host of the podcast and community manager of our video game club. This week, my podcast partner Jordan Rudick and I are taking a break to play some of our Christmas gifts and to re-energize for what could be an incredible year for RPGs. Next week is the wrap-up of round 1 of our RPG Battle Royale, followed by a breakdown of what we played over the holidays, including episodes dedicated to a couple of PS5 games in Cyberpunk 2077 and Spider-Man Miles Morales, and ending with Star Ocean on the Nintendo Switch. But for 2021, our plan is really to stick with an overall theme of discovery. What we really want to highlight this year are games that are likely new to our listeners. Maybe they're RPGs on a new console, indie games that tend to fly under the radar, or even old retro games that just rarely get talked about. To get back to this episode, we decided to replay one of our classic podcasts that focuses on the Final Fantasy franchise. Not only was it one of our longest episodes on one of our favorite franchises, but it was also the episode that Jordan discovered the Thirsty Mage pub, and he's been a fixture ever since. Without further ado, I present to you Thirsty Mage Episode 10, a deep dive into the mainline installments of the Final Fantasy franchise. Alright, kicking off the Final Fantasy series discussion, we've got new NWR contributor, Jordan Rudick.
Hi David, how you doing?
I'm doing great, how about you?
Yeah, I can't complain. Excited to talk about definitely one of my favorite video game series of all time.
Oh, that's great. It was great to hear. So, Jordan, just recently, I think in the last month or two, I think now, joined up with NWR. And when he found out that we were talking about Final Fantasy, he was eager to join in the conversation, and I was eager to have him. It's great to have a fellow Final Fantasy fan and another Canuck as well.
Yeah, I figured, being... there's only a couple of us that are from Canada, I think. Donald as well, and is it just the three of us?
Yeah, it might just be the three of us.
Okay, yeah, we got to stick together on these podcasts then.
Yeah, that's right. And as a new patron to the pub, maybe you'd like to just tell us what your poison is tonight.
Sure. So, as much as I would like to have a beer, it kind of wreaks havoc on my stomach these days. So I usually just go for a gin and tonic. So I've got a Bombay Sapphire gin and just a Schweppes tonic with a slice of lime as well, of course.
Yeah, sounds pretty good right now.
Yep, it's tasty.
That's great. All right, maybe before we get into our first game for the night, well, maybe if you just wanted to give us maybe just a little bit of history about your experience with the series and what Final Fantasy has meant for you.
Sure. So definitely remember the first game on the NES quite well. Probably got it really close to launch. I don't remember exactly when we had it. I remember the red covered Nintendo Power Player's Guide that they sent you. I had a subscription to Nintendo Power for a long time, and I must have read that thing cover to cover 100 times, probably certainly more times than I ever played the game. But yeah, the game just kind of started my love of role-playing games for sure. We probably got a Super NES pretty close after the launch of the first game on the NES. I can't remember the years. I think 1990 was Final Fantasy 1, and then just a year later, we got Final Fantasy 2 or 4 on the Super Nintendo. Loved that one as well. Obviously, thought about it all the time. 6, I never owned the Super Nintendo cart, but a friend of mine had it, and I was always so jealous that he had the cartridge and I didn't. So I remember going over to his place and watching him play and taking turns with him. And yeah, I don't know that I ever owned that cartridge. I don't even remember where I ended up playing it later. Probably on maybe there might have been a Game Boy Advance version, or there's certainly the PlayStation version as well. I played 7, but not on PlayStation. I actually played 7 on PC. That was the first place I finished the game. 8, I didn't really play. I never had a PlayStation. Same thing with 9. I would try those games out later when they got released digitally on PSN. Yeah, 10, I think we had a PlayStation 2. I probably played a little bit of 10. I know my brother was really into that game. He's a few years younger than I am. Loves Final Fantasy games too. Yeah, 11, never touched it. I have a cousin who was obsessed with it. The online only version just didn't really hook me. The original release of 12, I think I might have played a little bit and kind of bounced off it. I wasn't huge into PS2. I know it was a super popular system, but I didn't play a lot of games on the PlayStation 2. 13, yeah, not my favorite, and I don't have. I think I tried it and it just kind of was immediately turned off by everything that was happening there.
Don't blame me there.
Yeah, I don't think I'm alone there.
No.
14, I dabbled with, but I've never been really an MMO type person. I think it's a cool idea, and a lot of people are into it, but just not for me. I did finish 15. I think it came out last year. I played through the main story. Didn't really feel too much like a Final Fantasy game. I enjoyed it. I didn't love it. But I'm always looking forward to seeing where the series goes next, and excited for all the kind of spin-off series that are going to be coming to Switch soon.
Your thoughts of Final Fantasy VII Remake, is that something you're excited for, or just kind of, if it ever happens?
Yeah, is that even real, David? I don't know if we're ever going to get that game. I feel like it was just maybe just a building up hype moment during was that E3 when they showed it, or was it PSX? I don't remember.
Oh, I don't remember. Yeah. My attitude is if it's taking resources away from 16, don't bother. Yeah. If this is a pet project on the side, you can go ahead, but I don't need it.
I don't know. I imagine it looks cool, but I heard that they were doing away with the turn-based battling, and I really prefer the turn-based style. So yeah, I don't want another action RPG. I feel like there's lots of those these days. So yeah, that's just me though. I'm curious to see what it turns out to be. When we get it 5 years from now, but yeah, we'll see.
All right, well, I guess we'll kick it off with the original Final Fantasy on NES. So the original release in Japan was December, I believe it was the 17th. I've read a couple different numbers, 17th or 18th. I'm pretty sure it's the 17th because December 17th is a popular date for releasing Final Fantasy games. So
okay, is that right? So there's other 17s in the history?
Yeah, so That's Final
cool.
Fantasy 2 was December 17. There's a couple others, just trying to get through. Final Fantasy 13 was December 17. So they seem to like that number.
Fair enough.
That's where I'm going with. And that was in 1987.
Okay.
And it took them about 2.5 years to localize it for the US, because we got it back in May in 1990. And I have, I'm actually looking at the original cartridge right now. I still have the box and the cartridge itself. I wish I could remember when I got it and how I got it. I'm just gonna go ahead and guess it was a Christmas gift. I'm sure that it was the same. I have the same experience where it was my first role-playing game. It's really what hooked me on the genre. I still play it yearly. It's an annual tradition. You
play the NES version yearly?
Yep, the NES version. I have.
Good for you.
Yeah, I have the. We can get into it. So it has been. I think it's been re-released on pretty much anything you could think of. It's on everything.
It's easy to find for sure.
And I do have the I believe it's anthology. I think they call it, where it's the combined 1 and 2 on Vita.
Origins, because I played
Origins,
that one recently
I always get it confused.
FF Origins. Anthology is. That's either 4 and 5 or 6 and Chrono Trigger. I can't remember. They use similar titles.
Okay. Yeah. And I'm pretty sure I got them both anyway. So yeah. Origins. It's funny. I only played I played Origins for the first time last year, late in the year, and I actually I wasn't a big fan of it. Not just in the sense of I preferred the original version to it.
Yeah.
We could get into it a bit, but the original Final Fantasy made by the Godfather, I guess, of Final Fantasy, and regular listeners to Thirsty Mage will know I butcher every Japanese name there ever has been. I'm gonna go ahead and call it Hironobu Sakaguchi.
Hironobu Sakaguchi. I think you got it.
I'm going to just stick with Sakaguchi.
Yeah.
So
it's harder to pronounce two names than one. So you just stick with the last name.
The last name's good for me. So he joined up with Square when he was 21, and he designed a couple games for them. I know he worked on a few, but the two ones he's probably known for are Will the Death Trap 2 and Cruise Chaser Blasty. And Square was actually going through some financial troubles when he was working with Final Fantasy. So there was a bit of a worry that this might be it for him with Square. So he was working like there was no tomorrow.
I don't imagine that those two titles ever got localized. They're not familiar to me. I don't know if they ever came to North America.
I'm not officially, because they weren't even they were games for Japanese computers.
Okay.
So there is I believe there's 3 types of computers that could play it. So these weren't even console games.
Okay,
so,
okay.
My guess would be is unless a devoted fan, did some work to get it on an emulator or something, I would probably guess that they're hard to find, I would think.
Because I saw in the notes that Death Trap 2 is about the President of the United States getting a letter, so I thought, maybe the game had been localized, I just never heard of it or something.
Yeah. No, I haven't played it myself, so...
Okay.
Yeah. And that was also... Yoshitaka Amano was the artist, so he had been doing some freelancing for visual novels before that, and when he came on with Square, same year, 1987, and he worked on the visuals.
And he's worked on almost every game since, or every Final Fantasy game since.
Yeah, in some capacity.
That's right.
Yeah. So he's a long-standing, been there for a while, and then one of my favorite composers, if not the favorite, Matsu.
Yeah, of course, Nobuo Uematsu.
So that's not his first game, but my first experience with it. So.
Mm-hmm. He's excellent. He's obviously one of the first people you think of when you think of Final Fantasy. Those names are kind of linked together for sure. Yeah.
Now I know it's funny because have a hard time finding people that enjoy it as much as I do, and I think a lot of when you're looking at the original NES version, I can see where some of the complaints are of it being. I think one of the hardships for some people is knowing where to go next, I guess.
Yeah. It is a little bit cryptic, you're talking to people and I don't know if it's the localization or something like that. It is just it's a hard game. If you've never played it, it's hard to kind of figure out exactly where you want to go. That NES version for sure. Yeah.
And so the story, basically there's no real, you choose your party. There's no character driven. It's just a story driven, it's all just in the story. The characters are kind of nameless. It's whatever you give them. You set up a party of the 4 light warriors, and the premise of the game is that you're to they have the 4 orbs, and they're supposed to relight the orbs to basically drive the evil out of the world.
Right, and the what might be the coolest thing in that game, or at least the thing that's stuck in my mind so much, is that before you even start, or before you even get into the game proper, navigating the world or anything like that, you choose your 4 characters. You name them. 4 character limit was a little bit restrictive, but you name them, and then you choose between 6 classes, right? Fighter, black belt, thief, red mage, white mage, black mage. And there's so many permutations that you could go with. You could go 4 fighters if you wanted to, or an all physical group, or all magic using group. It was such a novel idea in a console game, an NES game. I hadn't seen anything like that. We'd played Super Mario Bros. Or Duck Hunt, or but an RPG where you could choose at the beginning who you were going to play with. It was so cool.
Mm-hmm. Did you have a go-to team?
Oh, yeah, I think it was something really vanilla, a fighter, black belt, white mage, black mage. I think a lot of people went with something like that. Really balanced, a couple of physical specialists and 2 magic users. I don't know that I ever had, and I've played the game, a dozen times since. I don't think I've ever used a thief.
Oh, that's funny. That's when I was a kid, I would go thief, warrior, black mage, white mage.
Okay.
And my reasoning with the thief was that the thief had a higher probability of running away from battle. So I always found, like when I was a kid, I would run away from a lot of battles and dungeons. So that was my way to get through the dungeon.
Yeah. Well, in the marsh cave, it's one of the only ways to survive.
Yeah, that's right. That was essentially that was the determining factor. Is I always had problem in the marsh cave.
Yeah.
And I finally figured out how, like, once you beat the wizards, it's like I'm just running to get the hell out of there.
Yeah. Well, you're usually by that point, if you've beaten them, you've gotten all the way through and picked up the crown. You're usually so devastated, or so you're poisoned, or one or two people are dead, and there's no revive spells at this point. You're not until later in the game. Yeah. So it's always just a sprint to get out of there. I remember the sweating and the panic that set in when you'd get so close and you'd be so injured, just kind of crippled and walking your way out of the dungeon.
Yeah, and but now I go 2 warriors and a black and a white mage.
Yeah, 2 warriors is really strong. It really, any number of I think you could go 3 or 4 warriors, and it's a really an easy route through the game, I think.
Yeah, the warrior is just so powerful that it's you can just brute force your way through a lot.
And they can equip all the best swords, all the best armor, right? I think that's what makes them so strong, is that they don't really have any weaknesses. Yeah,
I always go with the white mage though, for healing obviously and reviving when needed. But I also found that the white mage was useful when I got into. I can't remember the spell, but it's the one that attacks like the undead.
Yeah, so in the NES version, it's called Harm, which I really like that name. I think in later versions they changed it to Dia, D-I-A. And I don't know about you, I really prefer the NES names of the spells. Yes. When I see the newer versions, I'm like, it's not the same, And I don't, just maybe it's a nostalgia thing, but the fur 1 or fur fire, and then fur 2, fur 3. I just love that.
Yeah. Yeah. Well, we could talk about the differences between the original and Origins. I mean, like, if I have all the nostalgia and I prefer the NES version, if someone hasn't played Final Fantasy before, I would probably have to recommend they try to track down the Origins version. Yeah, it's just more accessible.
For sure. I mean, one of the reasons people bounce off the game, or maybe it's not one of their favorite games, because I think they feel like they have to play the NES one, or they start with the NES one or something, or they remember the horrors of playing the NES one, and it's not friendly to new players, right? There's a lot of grinding involved for gold and experience. It is very obtuse in terms of knowing where to go if you don't have a guide or something. It's a hard game, and of course, the thing everyone complains about. If you target a creature or target a monster and they die, you swing it empty air. You just miss. You don't automatically target the next enemy or the next foe.
But it's part of the strategy though. That was my thing. You had to strategize.
I feel like that too. You can't just go into every battle, jamming the A button.
They fixed that in Origins.
They did, yeah.
And then the other thing I found funny about Origins was everything had stats. Like in the original NES version, you kind of had to just guess to what equipment was better than others.
Yeah, I mean, you assumed if you went to a new town that the equipment would be better, or if it was more expensive, it would be better. But that was all you had, right?
Yeah, well, it's a good way to learn about money, I thought. It's like you go in and you go to sell, and you're like, okay, well, it's worth this much, and this sword's worth this much, so this one must be better.
That's right. I'm sure we bought stuff that we either couldn't equip, or maybe it seemed like it did less damage, and you just end up selling it back. It's not a huge deal, I think. But
and then just the visuals, and the visuals get cleaned up in Origins, but I still prefer the. It's all nostalgia based. Like,
yeah, me too. I like the monster designs a little bit better in the original. Just, I don't know, they just spoke to me. They were so cool and so different from anything I'd seen before. I wasn't really into Dungeons and Dragons or anything like that, and I'm pretty sure that a lot of the creature design is kind of based on Dungeons and Dragons, with of course the the Amano touch or the Amano style to it. But
Yeah.
no, I definitely like even the sound of the NES one is more nostalgia for me. I just enjoy that one.
Did you? Was there any tricks or tips that you discovered in your travels that help you get through things a little easier?
Yeah, so just a couple of grinding spots I remember when I was playing this when I was really young, probably 5, 6, 7 years old, something like that. Just certain spots. I'm like, oh, I'm getting a lot of gold and experience from fighting here. So if you remember, to the east of the Elfheim or Elfin town, the kind of the third town you go to, where where the prince is sleeping. There's a kind of a light green field that has a lot of ogres that you can fight, and ogres were pretty good before the marsh cave for getting gold and experience. So I've kind of just grinded out there until I was level 8 or 9 or 10 or something like that, and then trudge over to the marsh cave.
Yeah, the marsh cave was definitely the bane of my existence for that.
Yeah,
everything else is funny because it's so early in the game too.
Yeah,
and really, to me, it was probably one of the hardest parts of the game.
Mm-hmm. I think a lot of people kind of drop the game at that point. But whatever version you're playing, I think it's still pretty tough.
Yeah, and it's funny that we're talking about the marsh cave because that was the other thing in Origins is that they changed what you collect there. Like in the original, you go to the marsh cave to get the crown to give to the dark elf.
Yeah, Astos.
To get the crystal ball to go to get the witch, and she gives you the herb.
Yeah.
But they changed the names of everything. Like it's not the herb; it was like Volt Juice or something.
Yeah,
weird
Volt Tonic or Volt Juice. I'm like,
yeah,
it's just not the same,
No, it was just a little off, and it was just like
just didn't feel right. I remember there was a tip about having to buy 99 potions or 99 pure.
I did that.
Pure items before you went to the marsh cave, right? 'Cause that was your best chance of surviving it. But it costs so much money to buy 200 odd potions, and and then there's again in the NES version there's the tediousness of having to manually buy every single potion because you couldn't buy groups at a time.
Well, it was funny on my original NES. I had it was a joystick. It was like for fighter. I had it for Captain Skyhawk, so it was like
the NES
it was
Advantage,
like a yoke.
I think it was called, or was
it
was like
a
different one. Yeah.
Yeah, I don't know if it was. I don't think it was an NES. I don't think it was a Nintendo one. I think it was like a third party.
Sure.
But it was this yoke, and it had a turbo button, so that you took the button. So essentially, I just put a rubber band around it. And left for a while. It would buy the 99 potions, and then when I got back, it would be ready to go.
Right. Yeah.
So I enjoyed that. I think my favorite dungeon in the game though was, I don't remember what it was called, but it was when you go underwater, you need to get like the Oxfam or whatever to breathe underwater.
Yeah, the sea shrine.
I think it was my favorite,
cool one.
Just because it had that if you went to the right first, you basically were set for the warrior because they had I believe it was Opal,
yes, all the Opal items. That's
all
right.
the Opal items. Yeah, so I love going there because you just decked yourself right out. It just had like 9 treasure chests, I think, all in one room.
Yeah, and there was a ton of money there too. So if you didn't get, you outfitted your knight or your fighter, but then you could also buy tons of spells after that and stuff too. Because spells ended up getting really expensive at the end of the game, right?
That's right. Especially when you need to like nuke or something like
nuke and life 2 were really expensive. I remember.
Yeah,
definitely had to grind for those.
Although I did like the one in this where it sent you up into the sky.
Yeah, the Mirage Tower and then the Sky Fortress or something like that. It was called.
Yep, to get the adamantium for the Excalibur.
Yeah, that was a cool dungeon because it was futuristic, right? It was different from like the usual fantasy or going underground. It was really kind of highlighting that future theme or that mechanical or robotic theme that would creep into the series too, right?
Yep. And it had the hardest random encounter in the game in that dungeon with I can't remember the name of but it was a random, it was like
in the NES version, it's War Mech is his name, I think.
That's it. Yeah. It reminded me of the robot from the first RoboCop.
Okay. Yeah, sure. Yeah, I can see that. Yeah, he had that nuclear spell that would just devastate you. You know, you wanted to find him to get the experience and the gold, but you dreaded it too because it was right before the fight with Tiamat, the Wind Fiend.
And he was harder than Tiamat.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really rare chance to encounter him. I can't remember the odds of doing it, but you could walk up and down that bridge for a long time, 15, 20 minutes and not find him. I think it was a really low encounter rate for that enemy, but if you found him, definitely get your blood pumping.
Yeah, exactly. Any final thoughts on Final Fantasy 1?
I recently played the Origins version on PS3, and I was gonna, I wanted to do a different team, something that I'd never tried out before. So I ended up trying 2 thieves and 2 black belts, and that was absolutely brutal. Let me tell you that I don't know if it's even. I mean, of course, I think any team is possible, but you'd have to grind for hours and hours and hours. So in the Origins version of Final Fantasy 1, there's 2 difficulty settings. There's a normal mode and an easy mode. Normal mode, I think, is supposed to be the same difficulty or the same. It's supposed to emulate the NES difficulty level. But I got to level 7 or level 8. And I was looking at how many experience points do I need to go to the next level. I was getting ready to go to the Marsh Cave, and I needed about 1,600 per character, 1,600 to 2,000, and I was earning about 50 experience points for every ogre battle I was getting into. So I'm doing a little bit of math here, and I'm thinking I'm gonna have to fight 30 to 40 more ogre battles just to get a single level. And so at that point, I'm like, okay. I've got a lot of their games to play. I don't really have time to be grinding that much just to try out this, experimental party. So I kind of chalk it up to, parties with 2 or more thieves or, an all kind of melee combat kind of team probably isn't the best for me. So I ended up restarting the game. I put it on easy mode just to kind of get through it a little bit quicker. I think on easy mode you earn more gold. You don't need as many experience points to level up. It's not significant. It's different, but it's not that much easier. It's still a challenge. Yeah. And I played 2 black belts, a red mage, and a white mage, and I ended up beating the game with that team.
Okay. Yeah. The black belts, they're a little bit tougher at the beginning, but once you get the rat tail and you, I don't know what to. Not evolve, but once they grow up or whatever.
The class change or the upgrade. Yeah,
the class change. They're much stronger after that. So
they're really strong. Maybe even stronger than, at least in terms of damage dealing. I think they're stronger than the knights or the fighters. They hit so many times. Even before the class change, when you get to about level 9, 10, 11 or so, and you unequip them entirely, they're pretty strong.
And I'll just throw this out there that if there's anyone out there who wants to do a retroactive for Final Fantasy, it will not be that difficult to convince us to do it.
Oh yeah, we're definitely in. I'll hook up the NES Classic again.
Yeah. I've no. It wouldn't take much to talk me into doing it again. So if there's anybody out there,
it isn't that long a game. I mean, if you know where to go and what to do, and there's a little bit of grinding, you pick some good grinding spots. It's not a long game.
No, it's pretty good, and I still play through it, and I still enjoy it. And,
there's not a lot of padding to it, There's not a lot of extra. It kind of it wraps up pretty quickly without you feeling like, oh, how much longer is there to go?
Yeah, there's side quest wise, there really isn't any really. It's pretty straightforward. It's pretty.
I think the class change is really one of the only side quests in the game, and you don't have to. I imagine it'd be a lot harder to beat the game, but you don't have to actually do the class change.
No, and the class change isn't even that. I think it's maybe an hour.
Yeah,
at most.
That's right. You just go to that. You just go to the one castle, grab the rat tail, and go back to Bahamut.
Yeah. So and I mean the castle's not hard and it's not long. So
no.
Yeah. So it's definitely that's I try to get there as quickly as possible whenever I'm playing. It's
as soon as I get the airship, yeah.
Yeah.
I meant to ask you about that, David, because you've played the game a bunch of times. Do you do? What is your order for the game? So for me, it was always Earth Cave, get the canoe, Fire Cave, and then get the airship, and then do the class change. But I've seen some people do Earth Cave, get the canoe, go to the ice cave, get the float stone, and then get the airship, and then do the class change, and then they do the fire temple or the fire shrine after the class change. I don't know how you did it.
No, I usually did the fire first.
Yeah.
Because the fire cave is actually another good spot for gear.
Yeah.
And especially if that's another dungeon that's good to have the 99 heal potions.
Oh, yes.
With all the lava.
Yeah, because you're walking on. The cool thing about the lava was that it would hurt you, but you wouldn't. I don't think you can get into random battles on it. So you could spend the whole dungeon just walking on it.
Yep, exactly. And if you did explore everywhere, like there was gear everywhere. Like there in that I think it was like the second room, there was everything of the north of the path.
Yes.
There must have been 30, 40 treasure chests there, and then even when you get after that, there's rooms with like 3 or 4 treasure chests each. So there was a benefit. But yeah, that's how I did it. Is I went to the Earth Cave, got the canoe, went to the Fire Cave, then went to the Ice Cave, and then immediately
they're basically
went
side by
the
side, right? The Fire Cave and the Earth Cave, or the Fire Shrine and the Ice Cave, you take the same river system to get to them. So
yeah. When you did the Ice Cave, did you? Apparently, I don't know if I've been going the right way, because the way I did it is I took the pirate ship, and I didn't really dock it anywhere. I just drove directly into the river, and it just transferred me to the canoe.
Yeah, so I didn't even realize you could do that when I first played the game. And then when I saw that later, it kind of blew my mind a little bit. Like, why is the boat, how is the boat sitting somewhere where there's no port, right?
Yeah.
That's what
I've been doing.
How did I not figure that out, you know?
Yeah, I think I saw someone else do it somewhere else, and I'm like, that seems like a really long way to get there. Why don't you just go to the river?
Yeah, no, I just docked the boat by Crescent Lake where you get the canoe, that city. And again, I took the same river system that I used to get to the Fire Shrine. I just went. You take a right instead of a left or something like that. It takes you to the Ice Cave.
Yeah, but it's a long slog if you're going from way down there. So.
It is, and some of those based on what level you'd be at that time, some of the river creatures, like the white gators or something like that, or white crocodiles, and they're really tough.
The ochos.
Yes, yeah, those ones too. Yeah. Some fearsome creatures there, definitely.
Yeah, so like I said, if anybody wants that retroactive, just hit us up on Twitter and let us know, or send me an email. I'll give you the email at the end of the show. So, but it might be. Maybe we should probably move on, I guess.
Sure, sounds good.
Got a good 30 minutes in there. So I think what we'll do is we'll just kind of breeze our way through Final Fantasy 2 and 3. These were both Japanese only releases. Final Fantasy 2. Original releases in 1988 for the Famicom, December 17th, that magic number.
Yeah, interesting. Just a year later, or a year after Final Fantasy 1, right? They were able to put that game together in a year. You know, that doesn't really happen anymore. But speaking of Final Fantasy 7 Remake,
I mean, now if you want to play it, it's part of the Origins, so like you could play it on GBA, PlayStation, Vita. It was the same team, but the difference between 1 and 2 is that they actually had a cast for the second one.
That's right.
But for the most part, I don't like. It's largely forgettable from what I like. I haven't beaten it. I've started it, but it just I just get lost. Like I've started it probably 5 or 6 times, and gotten to certain points, and then just lost interest. So
yeah, I'm in the same boat as you. It's not too much freedom, but it does have that kind of freedom that Final Fantasy 1 introduced, right? You can kind of play, you can make your characters whatever you want, basically. If you want someone to be a swordsman, you just keep using the sword. If you want someone to be a mage, you buy spells or you equip spells on them and just have them keep casting fire or cure over and over again, right? So you can they're not called mages or fighters or thieves or anything, but you can kind of make them into those, I guess. And then for Final Fantasy 3, again, it came out pretty quickly too, in 1990, in April 1990. So it's just over a year. Yeah. Again for the Famicom. Now this one, the first time it made it to the US was actually on the DS in 2006. That's right. There's a 3D remake of it. The one thing I found funny was that there was a version made for the Ouya. Did you ever own an Ouya? Like, I remember seeing it. I remember, like, all the hype about it, but...
I still have it in my drawer.
Oh, you do have one?
Have it. Yeah, I do.
Oh no.
Yeah.
So
I don't know why I got it.
When's the retroactive Final Fantasy III Ouya version?
Oh, I don't know about that.
Might just be you doing that, David.
Yeah, well, I never got the actual, like, the real Final Fantasy 3, and I'm thinking that their storefront might not be there if I try to connect now.
Yeah, good point.
So that might not have worked, but I would consider doing it on the DS. So there's a few Final Fantasies for DS I wouldn't mind picking up. So maybe I could be convinced for that. But again, it was a game that took it didn't really come out in North America at the time. So
yeah, I mean 16 years, right, between 1990 and then the DS version in 2006. It's kind of a funny thing, We've played all these other games, and then to go back to 3 was just a little bit weird.
Yeah, and I guess the most notable thing about Final Fantasy 3 was it introduced the job system. Right.
Yeah. I mean, that's what people say that maybe without Final Fantasy 3, that kind of experiment with the job system, we don't have Final Fantasy 5 or Final Fantasy Tactics or something like that. So if that was the end result, Final Fantasy 3 deserves a little bit of attention for that, sure.
Yeah, and I've heard the 3D remake is better. I imagine people who are nostalgic for the original, probably like us, were maybe they prefer the original. But I think if I give it another go, I'll probably do the 3D remake for the DS.
Yeah, I've heard people say that they're actually pretty different. I've never played like a fan translated version of of Final Fantasy 3, the Famicom version or anything, but I'm sure it's out there. You can find it. I have played the DS version a little bit. I bought it a couple years ago at a used video game store, and I've been playing it through the last couple weeks. I mean, I'm probably about a third to maybe halfway through the game, something like that. It's not bad. It really reminds me of Final Fantasy 1. You have the spell charges system coming back. The job system is really bare bones, though. I don't think you carry over abilities or stats from one job to the next. You build up levels in a job and you become stronger in that class. But you don't. If you learn certain spells or abilities in one class, you don't bring them over to the next one. You have to kind of specialize like that. So.
Yeah, like just being on the Famicom, they would have had their limitations. So.
For sure. Yeah. But still, amazing, a game like that. I'm sure it was really pushing the Famicom when it came out in 1990. I mean, that was right around the time when the Famicom would have been launching too, right? I imagine Final Fantasy 3 was one of the last games to come out on the original Famicom before the Super Famicom.
Oh yeah, exactly. Because 1991 was the release date of the first Super Famicom game, or Super Nintendo game, Final Fantasy 4.
Just before we get to that one, because I want to talk about Final Fantasy 4 a lot. Final Fantasy 2 it's interesting because it did something that really no other game in the series has done with the experience system, right? It was all about doing the same action over and over again to eventually get better at it. But you leveled up randomly, right? And so people would end up trying to cheese or break the system by just attacking themselves. It was so funny. I'd see later on, when all these strategies came up on the internet, I'd see, oh yeah, just hit your own party members with swords, or bare-fisted, or don't fight enemies the traditional way. Just beat up yourselves. It just seemed so counterintuitive, or going against all the other games we played.
That came from was it Romancing Saga?
Yeah, so it was. I can't remember I had the name written down. His name is Akitoshi Kawatsu. So he's been a director, game designer, scenario writer for the Final Fantasy Legend games on Game Boy. I don't know if the Thirsty Mage will ever get to those. That might be an interesting retroactive too. But yeah, he developed all these games, which eventually became the Saga series in the West, and probably was always in Japan. Very different from Final Fantasy, but you've got this director who kind of cut his chops on Final Fantasy 2.
I played Alliance Alive, which is kind of based off that same sort of random, like, the more you do of something, the random level up. And,
no traditional experience points, right? Just kind of randomly gaining stats.
Yeah, and it's the same thing, and even now I don't like the way it's implemented. So.
Yeah. I played that too, and I think it was Legend of Legacy was before that. I think they're both Grezzo games actually. And they have that same kind of experience or level up type style, and I want to love it, and I keep trying it. I feel like I'm infatuated with it, or I'm obsessed with it. I love that system so much in theory, but then whenever I play these games, I'm always like, why am I not getting stronger? Why is my HP not going up? I eventually get frustrated by that and end up kind of putting down the games. But it is a neat thing.
The next generation of Final Fantasy in the Super Nintendo, you played them when they first came out. Like, you had a Super Nintendo, I guess.
Yeah, I had a Super Nintendo pretty close to the launch of the system, and then I probably had Final Fantasy IV the Christmas after it came out. I think it came out I've got November 1991 for North America. Is that what you have?
Yep.
So I probably got the game that Christmas. Back then, still I was. I think I was 6 in 1991, and that was how you got games and consoles. You birthdays, Christmases, or other kind of holidays or events. You weren't making your own money just yet, but
I had to come back to it later because I was in 91. What was it? I was 9 then.
Okay.
And so I had the original Nintendo, and then my cousin got the Super Nintendo. And my parents were just, well, your cousin's got one, you can play it.
Go over there.
Over there, and so they did not have RPGs at my cousin's house.
Okay.
He was a few years younger than me.
I see. Yeah, that would be a tough game for someone younger. 3, 4, 5. Even like I said, even when I was playing it with 6, the only reason I was okay with it because I'd already played the first one. So I was expecting this game. I was looking forward to it, but.
Yeah, so I'll let you talk about maybe just to talk about the setting and the plot and give us a rundown of the Final Fantasy IV.
Yeah, sure. So Final Fantasy IV takes place, I don't know, something that looks like Earth, certainly. Has a moon, at least. You start off the game as the captain of the Red Wings, Cecil, a Dark Knight. Great opening. You have this bombastic music as the Red Wings fleet of airships is stealing a crystal and then fighting monsters in the sky. It's a really dramatic, upbeat, emotional. All these things are happening at the beginning of the game. It really sets the stage for the drama to come, I suppose. You get back to the Castle Baron. You're sent on. Cecil's sent on an errand with his friend Kane, a dragoon. You deliver a package to the City of Mist, and I remember all these steps, and it just kind of comes back to me. You end up having to collect crystals. Party members come to your team and then leave, and I thought that was so cool that you never knew who was going to be on your team from one minute to the next. Your ship crashes, half your party flies into the ocean, you kind of get shipwrecked and you're on a desert island or something. It's so much happening there.
Well, and for me too, one of the things that was shocking to me was that you could lose characters that you were playing as.
Yeah, I mean, you spent all this time leveling them up and getting to know them, and then they're the next minute they're gone. I remember. Edward, the bard, was so weak, and so I'm okay, well, maybe I want to get him stronger or something like that. And then, 10 minutes later, he flies off the ship, and I don't see him for, a few hours or something like that,
Yeah. And I was so sad for Palom and Porum.
Palom and Porum, yeah. Yeah, that was one of those first real emotional moments in video games, right? Where these two young children, young mages, kids, sacrificed themselves, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
And then being mad at Tella for Medio.
Yeah. It was kind of in the cards, He always kind of talked about, maybe sacrificing himself, or he was so focused on that, getting revenge for his daughter, who Golbez killed. It was almost a lot of foreshadowing building up to that. But yeah, when it happened, you're still, why did you do that? Oh, you've got Medio now. I want you in my party. You've got this super strong spell you could use. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I remember Tello he was so powerful when you got him back, right? When you become a paladin, and another great moment in video games, right? You start over from level 1. It really is kind of resetting the slate or starting from scratch. It was great. And then Tello regains all his spells, and he's super powerful. He's got Fire 3 and Lightning 3 and Ice 3.
Yeah, it was. I think to me the strength was just the characters. Like, you just were invested in them. They were just so written very well.
Yeah,
that was my takeaway, was that Super Nintendo, like, it is just the focus on, especially when you go from like Final Fantasy, like, because I didn't play 2 or 3, so then you go from just like nobody, like no name people to these new characters that have like backstories, and like you said, there wasn't a whole lot of emotion in a Final Fantasy 1, so it was quite a difference for 4.
Yeah, I mean, it's the difference between three games worth of evolutions or changes, right? That we in North America we kind of skipped over. So yeah, Final Fantasy 4 was this huge upgrade graphically, in terms of the sound, but definitely in the story and the characters, right? Yeah, you're right. There were no real characters to attach to in the first game, but now you've got this whole epic story. A story that certainly has plot holes, but at that age we didn't really care. We were so interested in gaining levels and getting to the next place and see what was going to happen next.
And the musical score was incredible for this game. I've talked to a few people, and some of them think that this is like their favorite.
Oh, in terms of the music. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I think it's so close for me between 4 and 6, maybe 7 even a little bit, but for me, it's the battle theme, or the boss battle specifically. The boss battle theme in Final Fantasy IV, I don't know that that's ever been matched. I remember, and Neil will like this, in Super Mario RPG, you fight, in the Monstro Town, you fight Culex, and for some reason, the Final Fantasy IV boss battle theme plays when you're fighting Culex. And I'm like, oh man, this song is awesome. What is this doing in Super Mario RPG? I couldn't believe it. And of course, that game co-developed with Squaresoft and Nintendo, so it did make sense in hindsight. But yeah, the boss battle theme was great. The theme of love, I think, that plays pretty often throughout the game is really good. Yeah. There's some real standouts there for sure.
Yeah, and for anyone who doesn't have the Super Nintendo anymore, again, it's been re-released pretty much everywhere. Like there's a PSN version, Game Boy Advance, Nintendo DS, PSP. I'm pretty sure it's on. Well, if it's on PSP, it's on Vita.
Yeah, it's automatically on Vita. Yeah. So you can play Final Fantasy IV a couple of ways on PlayStation. I think actually they did a PSP version called the Complete Collection, which had 3 games in it. The Final Fantasy IV was great, but the 2 kind of expansions or additions they did to it are pretty lackluster, not really worth talking about, I don't think. But one port or version of the game that is worth talking about is the DS version, which was a remake, a 3D remake, just like the Final Fantasy III version on the DS, where it was a 3-dimensional. And the characters all looked very different. Funny enough, there was actually voice acting in Final Fantasy IV for DS as well, which it's not great, but it was interesting to see a game that we'd played maybe so many times or seen so many ways get a real different version on the DS. I don't know if you ever played that version, David.
No, I haven't. But hearing about it makes me think that might be the one. Because I want to. 4 is another game. I really want to play every Final Fantasy again.
Yeah, no. but after this podcast, certainly.
Yeah, 4 is would be high on the list of to be replayed, just because I think it's been one of the ones that's been the longest between plays.
Yeah, fair enough.
So yeah, it's really sounding like trying to find these games on the DS might be the way to go.
Yeah, I would play that DS remake because it's pretty different. It adds a few other changes to the gameplay. There's something about abilities that you can add to each character. I think you can. There might be different endings or extra dungeons at the end or something like that. Yeah, it's a pretty I think it's a pretty different game from the Super Nintendo release for sure. yeah, if you're looking to replay that, I would give the DS version a try, if not just for the sake of comparison.
Alrighty, any final thoughts on 4 before?
Just a couple of memories maybe attached to that game for me. It holds a lot of sentimental value, I guess, because it's funny you mentioned that the SNES, your cousin had one, so you'd go over there and play it. When my family got a Super Nintendo, my parents made sure it stayed at my grandparents' house so that I wouldn't play it all the time. And they were right. I would have played it nonstop and neglected my schoolwork and everything else. So what happened was I ended up spending a lot of time kind of having sleepovers at my grandparents' house, or going, there on, maybe after school on a weekday or something like that. Or if we'd go for family dinners, maybe I'd want to go early so I could play the Super Nintendo there. So I remember having Final Fantasy and the Super Nintendo in this kind of games room, and I had a beanbag chair they bought me. I mean, that beanbag chair, I must have left an imprint in it. I remember the day I kind of exploded it, and I was crushed, because I'd always just flop down on it and power on the Super Nintendo and play for hours. But it's always just kind of reminds me of those memories at my grandparents' house, spending time with them, but also spending time getting to know the Super Nintendo and these characters in Final Fantasy IV. There's so many emotional highs and lows in that game. You lose the characters. Kane betrays you multiple times. Somehow Golbez is on your team at the end of the game when you fight the actual final boss. The 4 fiends were really memorable. Rubicant, he heals you before you fight him, which is, why is he healing me? Like we're on opposite sides, but he was like a noble bad guy. One of the first that you ever really encounter in games. And then you get on a giant whale, you fly to the moon. There's like 3 or 4 different airships. There's a hovercraft. Yeah, I know I'm gushing about the game, but it's just kind of talking about it, bringing back all these memories. It's it definitely holds a really special place in my heart for in terms of video games.
Yeah, well, and that's part of my lure with Final Fantasy is that, like, on a moment's notice, things can just go take a left turn. Mm-hmm. It's like I'll be talking later on about it with Johnny. Final Fantasy VIII's my favorite Final Fantasy, and I always joke about getting, like, you play, I think it's like 2 or 3 discs, and then all of a sudden it takes this left turn into space.
Right. Yeah.
And I'm like, how did we end up here?
Yeah. But yeah, I guess we should have been used to that by now. Just knowing all the twists and turns in the series. FF6. Yeah, you're going to talk about it. Is that with Casey or Johnny? I don't remember, but
yeah.
No,
we're going to finish up the Super SNES games with Dr. Johnny Metz. Yeah. He's going to be joining me for some discussion on that one.
Yeah, I look forward to listening to that. I mean, that's got one of the biggest twists or left turns in all of RPG history, where you finish one world, and then Kefka wins, and you go to the second world where he's destroyed everything. That's just mind blowing for sure. But I just love how they're like, the series is fearless. Like, when you look at so many series where they just stick to. There's like a formula where, like, Dragon Quests are mostly the same and Pokemons are always the same. But Final Fantasy, like, from one game to the next, like, things change so much. Like, there's no... They don't... It's almost like they consciously want to change things up from one to the next one. And I always like that they just did what they wanted. Yeah, I mean, they're all pretty different games, They're Japanese role-playing games. Most of them have, or if not all of them, have a turn-based battle system. There's chocobos in most of them, and Moogles, and some similar themes, and mixing of fantasy and sci-fi for sure. But yeah, the games themselves, the characters, the stories, they can all be pretty different.
So yeah, you got a few mainstays like Sid and Biggs and Wedge.
Biggs and Wedge, yeah.
Yeah, and then there's usually some kind of rebel group taking on an Empire-ish type authority.
Yeah, so. I think that first showed up in the second game, where you've got the Empire as the big bad that you're rebelling or fighting against.
Yeah, so you got a few, like you said, a few themes that are a little consistent, but for the most part, like mechanics wise and story wise. They always change it up.
Yeah.
So I appreciate it. So
yeah, me too.
perfect. So okay, well I guess that'll wrap up the original NES titles and get us started on the Super Nintendo. And so we'll take a little break now, and I'll be back with Dr. Johnny Metz, and we'll talk some Final Fantasy 5 and 6. And Jordan will be coming back later on, and he'll join me for maybe just a little bit of a discussion about Final Fantasy 9. All right, and we're back from the break, and we are rounding out the SNES Final Fantasy series, and we have a special guest with us to help me with that, and that is former host of Radio Free Nintendo, Dr. Jonathan Metz.
Hello, everyone.
It's a pleasure to have you on the podcast for the first time.
Yes, it's great to be here. I am a big fan of Final Fantasy, so I'm glad to get to come here and talk about it. It was a banned topic on other podcasts over the years. Like on Radio Trivia for a long time, we had a rule of no Final Fantasy, and I think even in the old Planet Trivia days where we just did like chat room text-based trivia games, we had a rule that the answer was never Final Fantasy, because if you asked a question about like which Final Fantasy or something, like people would just start typing numbers, just spamming with numbers, trying to luck upon the correct one.
Well, it's funny too, because it's such a popular series, but I always have a hard time finding people that enjoy it as much as I do. So whenever I find out someone enjoys it, I take the opportunity to talk about it.
You have found such a one. And yeah, it's a really interesting topic in context of Nintendo, because the series has started on Nintendo and has come and gone, and I guess now a lot of these games are going to show up on Switch, which is pretty exciting. I don't know if I would want to go back and buy and replay through. A lot of these are games I would not necessarily want to play through again, having had the experience, but that's not to say I didn't enjoy them.
Yeah, for me, I think it'll probably, when I find out what it costs, it's also tough for I'm literally looking at a Final Fantasy 12 remaster for PS4 that I haven't opened yet, so I should probably play that before buying it on Switch. And
maybe you could eBay it or something, and then just switch over to Switch, because you'll get more play out of it on Switch, I would bet.
Yeah. Well, and the other part of it too is I'm very upset at Square Enix for the slight on the chosen titles. Not happy with them. I'm telling you right now, not happy.
The slight on FF8, or just
yeah.
I don't know that that's a slight so much as it's probably just a practical matter.
I know there's a bunch of things that probably prevented it. Yeah, so
I would bet that they'll rectify that eventually. I'm sure they're looking for a way, because Final Fantasy VIII is plenty popular. It's got plenty of fans. I'm sure they're looking for a way to bring that back too.
Yeah, I hope so. I guess before we get too far in, I think it's good to find out, being on the Thirsty Mage, what pint are you partaking in tonight?
Well, good sir, I am slaking my thirst, I think is the word, with a Warsteiner Oktoberfest from Munich. Yes. And of course it's, 'tis the season for a nice German Marzen beer, an Oktoberfest style, and this one's quite good. Oktoberfest is or Marzen is one of my favorite kinds of beer, and so I love this time of year when they're very easy to get, a wide variety. I mean, in America you can get, like in Munich you would never drink a Marzen beer outside of that period. In the fall, in September and October. But in America, we don't care. So you can pretty much get Oktoberfest beer all year round. But often it's like, Sam Adams or something like that, where I don't think their style is very good. So the Warsteiner is quite good. It's not my favorite, but it's one of the better ones that I've had. Certainly out of a bottle.
That's great. Yeah, I love October too. It's like you said, it's the season to drink beer. So I take full advantage of it. maybe before we get into the final two SNES games, maybe I'll just ask you what was your first Final Fantasy or maybe the game that got you hooked on the series?
It was called Final Fantasy.
Oh, you're an original too, eh?
Certainly, yeah.
Yeah, I still have my original cartridge from when I was 7, and they'll take it from my they'll take it from my cold dead hands.
I don't think I ever owned it. Like many NES games, I borrowed it or rented it. I'm sure in this case I borrowed it because it's a long game. But yeah, it's just one of those games that I knew people who had it, and therefore I got to play plenty of it. In fact, I probably watched as much of it as I played.
That's good. Preferred group?
My preferred group, I really liked sort of the core 4. I like maybe other people have different definitions of that. I like a fighter and a thief who will become a master, of course, once you get the rat tail, and then a white mage and a black mage. But I'm not opposed. Wait, is it thief? No, black belt. Excuse me, black belt who will become a master. And I'm not opposed to going with fighter thief who will become a ninja, and then the red mage, and then maybe a white mage. Probably to round it out. The white mage it's hard to beat the utility of a powerful healer, and the red mage is not going to cut it later in the game as a healer. But that I think is a more challenging build out, in part because the thief really sucks early in that game. But yeah. I know you've already talked about it with someone else, so we don't have to get into the nitty gritty. But yeah,
well, that's all right. Yeah, no, as I told Jordan, when I was a kid, I went with thief fighter. Black and white, and I went with thief just because of the ability to run away from battles easier.
Oh, okay.
But when I got older, I realized I didn't like running anymore. I just wanted to pound everybody, so I went double warrior, black and white.
Sure, yeah, that'll work too. I do. I mean, the master is hard to beat late in the game though, because he'll start dropping, over 1,000 damage barehanded. It's just I think he's probably the most powerful character. The black belt is, a little frail early on, so it's a bit of a challenge until you get to the class change. But once you do, look out, because the master is not to be trifled with.
Yeah, and I mean the class change is fairly early. Like if you go to it as soon as you can get to it pretty early. It's not. Yeah. I think after the first, like after the Earth, I think you can get to it.
You have to go to the ice cave and get the float stone because you need the airship to get over there. But you can it's not really sequence breaking, but yeah, if you like really mainline the path to get there, yeah, you can do it pretty fast if you know what you're doing.
Yeah, I always remember that was the goal, was like get there because that's when stuff turned up.
Totally. Once everybody becomes an adult, then the game really opens up and you can do a lot more with it.
Perfect. Okay, well, we'll go on to the topic du jour, which is the final two Final Fantasies of the SNES era. So we'll start with the lesser known one. We'll just kind of breeze over it a little bit because it didn't actually come to the West, not at the time anyway.
Sure, not until it was Game Boy Advance.
Yeah, it was released back in December 6th, 1992 on the Super Famicom, and it did make its way to the West later, I believe, as a remaster for PlayStation and GBA, I think. Or not a remaster, but I guess
remaster is very generous, especially for the PlayStation version, which is kind of bad. Yeah. A lot of those Final Fantasy, and actually just a lot of the Square like RPG re-releases on PlayStation were pretty poor. They had a lot of performance problems, which is kind of inexcusable when you think these are like NES and Super NES games. But very long loading times as well, which is because they're so frequent. I mean, it would load between menus and between, going from the world map into a battle and then back to the world map. And it's just like, it just feels like you're spending all your time watching load screens, which is infuriating. Yeah. And these games are already plenty long enough without adding in a lot of waiting around.
Yeah, exactly. Did you play this one?
I played it on an emulator back in the early 2000s when I, was early in my internet exploring days in the wild west of Napster and whatnot, and Super NES emulators. It's a very exciting time, and this was like one of the great, it was a white whale. You know, it was one of those games that like if you and there was I mean, I probably played it right when the fan translation patch first dropped. So I mean, this was like maybe around 2000, 2001, like, you know, pretty early days. And the idea that you could get a ROM of the Japanese version and then like attach a thing to it that would make all the text English was amazing. I remember that the emulator on my computer did not run all that. It had some weird quirks, like it didn't handle the transparency layers of the Super Nintendo graphics chip very well, and so you would there'd be certain situations where you'd have to like hit numbers on the keyboard to change the layers because there's supposed to be fog or there's supposed to be a texture layer that shows you where the hidden path is or something like that, and it didn't show up in the default view, so you kind of had to like toggle around and figure out. So it wasn't a great experience, and I really only played like a few hours of it because it was frustrating. I think playing one of these games on a keyboard is also just not, it doesn't feel good and it's not very comfortable. And when you know, it's a game that you're intended to play for hours at a time. I think sitting at a keyboard and running around with arrow keys and pushing letters to go through battle menus is just it's not a good experience. So I pretty much dropped it and said, oh, well, this is a lot like Final Fantasy IV, but not as good, and I'm playing it on my crappy early 2000s computer. So I'm good. You know, I was curious, but not that curious. And then I didn't play through the game until GBA much later, which I think I talked about on Radio Free Nintendo a million years ago. I'd been turned off by the price of it because I didn't play it when it first came out. Those GBA ports of there really were remakes in a lot of ways of the Super Nintendo Final Fantasies. They came out really late in GBA's lifetime, like around 2006, 2007, I want to say. And they were a little hard to find and pretty expensive for a while. But then we were talking about it on the podcast, and I think one of the other guys said, you know, it doesn't look like it's that expensive, you know, now. And sure enough, I ended up getting a copy for like $20-30 and really enjoyed it. Definitely had a much better time with Final Fantasy V on the GBA than I did on my PC.
Yeah, I would imagine so. And for this, like you said, it's not overly rated high, but the just a few notes about it. It was Sakaguchi's final game as the director, so that was a bit of a note on it. He was part of later ones, but he would move on as like a producer, in a producer role, and a couple of the artists like Tetsuya Takahashi was doing field graphics on it. So people recognize that name from different Final Fantasies, and then to go on to Monolith, and then obviously composed by Nobuo, the man, in my opinion.
Yeah, Uematsu-san.
Yeah, I think that's about all. I mean,
oh, come on, there's plenty to say about FF5. I mean, it is very much cut from the same cloth as 4. Like, it's pretty obvious that they used a lot of the same technology, a very similar art style, you know, similar in a lot of ways. To me, it looked like they had kind of rushed it out. It was like, okay, we've made all this new technology for the Super Famicom, Super NES. Now we spent a lot of time making Final Fantasy IV, now let's rush out the next one. So it has some interesting ideas, like it brings back the job system from 3 and expands it quite a bit. So there's some interesting aspects there where I want to say 5 was the first game where you could mix and match, like you could carry over an ability from one job into a different job, which let you create some really interesting, you know, like combos and gameplay situations where you could leverage the systems of the game and break it a little bit maybe. And it makes the game feel a little more complex, you know, the battle system. It makes it adds some strategy to it, which was really leveraged in Final Fantasy Tactics a couple years later on the PlayStation. But, you know, so I like the job system. It feels pretty primitive in 5, I think, compared to how it's been handled in later games. I think in this one, it is fairly limited, but, you know, compared to what you can do in some other games, it still works well. And it adds an interesting wrinkle to the way the characters are defined, in that in this game, the characters are not really locked into a certain set of abilities. because you have the job system, so any character can learn any job and become a mage or a fighter or a hunter or whatever, a ranger, I think they're called, whatever. Like you can mix and match and you can train up. So it lends itself to a lot of grinding if you want to build your characters out to be just like really extremely skilled and have like this amazing set of stuff. I think it makes more sense to, choose a few different jobs for each character and kind of mix and match in that way. But I think and this is a problem with Final Fantasy VI as well to a degree, with the Magicite system, and was really a problem in 7. But I think it takes away some of the individuality of the characters in the game, because now the only thing that really separates them, if you train them all up the same way, they'll end up being all more or less the same character in terms of gameplay. And so the real differences in the characters are in their writing, and a little bit in their art and their animation, which is very limited in this game. So it comes down a lot to the writing, and I just don't think the writing in Final Fantasy V is that great. Like I said, I played a fan translation and then later an original localization for the Game Boy Advance version. I think even from the PlayStation version they even touched it up a little bit on GBA, but I don't think the story in 5 is all that great. I don't think it really sticks with me very much. I played it at an older age, so I don't have the nostalgia for it that other people might. But I just don't. I think compared to the game before it and the game after it, 5 just doesn't stand out a whole lot. Like it feels derivative of 4 and kind of primitive and simplistic compared to 6. And the characters just don't, like the main character Butts and the old man that he runs around with. There's a prince named Ferris that I think, if I remember correctly, turns out to be a girl or something like that. But it's really just, it's not super memorable, and that's really kind of where I fall on it. It's not one of my favorites, and in part because I just don't think the characters in the story are all that great. But it plays great, and if you really like 4, and you would kind of like a spin-off of 4, that's kind of the way I look at it. It's kind of like 4-2. It's not a naming convention they would use until much later, but it feels like that a little bit. It feels like just a remix of Final Fantasy IV with a couple of new ideas thrown in there. And so it's not as endearing and it's not as exciting and fresh and original, but it plays very well. It's very good.
Yeah, well, and that's kind of it's funny when I was doing the research is like the only thing I really remember is that I did play it. Like I know I didn't beat it, but I remember I was with you. It was on an emulator because that was my only option. Because I actually never had a GBA, so I don't remember anything, to be honest with you.
Yeah,
that's how memorable it was to me, because I was like, I probably started it and then got distracted by something else.
Yeah, well, the game certainly
didn't catch me.
It does stick with some people. I mean, I have to say, it's your experience and mine are not universal. And I want to give a shout out to a friend of mine, Chris Kohler. He wrote a book about this game. It's just called Final Fantasy V, and it's published by Boss Fight Books. And they have a whole series of books about specific video games written by people who are just really big fans of them. And Chris has an interesting history with this particular game. This game was part of how he learned Japanese. It was part of his motivation for learning Japanese. And he wrote the first ever English FAQ of the game, which if you were importing it back in the mid-90s, I'm sure was extremely valuable if you happened to be online back then and had access to it. If you're a fan of Final Fantasy V, or you just like Chris's writing, you could definitely go check that out. It's available in paperback. I've not read it myself, in part because I don't have that strong feelings about Final Fantasy V, but it's intriguing. I'd like to get a peek into his adoration for it. Yeah,
Neil Ronahan. I know Neil read it and really enjoyed it,
okay.
and actually played it. He wasn't going to bother with it, but then he read the book, and then it convinced him it was worth playing. And actually, I think he even said like his enjoyment of the game. He was convinced that it was enhanced by Chris's passion of it. So
I believe that completely. Yeah. So yeah.
I don't think any Final Fantasy is worth skipping, but
Yeah, certainly not this one. I mean, this is not one of the worst Final Fantasies or anything. To me, it doesn't stand out, compared to a lot of the other ones. And there's so many to choose from. This is definitely not where I would recommend anyone start with the series.
No.
It's for, especially for a Western audience. I think it's a bit of a curiosity, but it is a very solid RPG for sure.
Mm-hmm. One good place to start, arguably, was our next game that we're going to talk about, which, well, I guess it depends. It's technically Final Fantasy VI, but many may know it as Final Fantasy III in North America. Mm-hmm. And the release date for that one was way back in 1994, released in April in Japan, and then it came out to the West in October.
Yeah, that was an amazing turnaround, especially for back in those days. And it was, really exciting to see Final Fantasy come out, because it had been at that point, I guess, probably about 2-3 years since the previous, since the most recent Western release in the series. And I want to say in between they did Mystic Quest, like back in 95, 94. About 94 they did Mystic Quest, which a lot of fans did not appreciate very much. I mean, it's a spin-off and it's very easy. I like Mystic Quest quite a bit. Most of the music, I think, is very, very good. And it's breezy. For a Japanese RPG back then, you can play through that whole game in like 15, 20 hours, and it's not very deep, but there are a lot of cool ideas in it, and I just think it's very fun and enjoyable. But it is certainly a simplified version of Final Fantasy. So to see 6 come out and not only be, go back to the main Final Fantasy series in terms of the level of difficulty, the level of complexity, and storytelling sophistication, but then also to have a completely new and frankly, like really, really mind-boggling technology to it. This was the beginning. I feel like Final Fantasy VI was the beginning of people realizing that that RPGs could have very good graphics. Because I remember, prior to this time, the genre was kind of known for being rather ugly, and the people who liked it were kind of known for liking it despite that. Because back then graphics were always king. Like the best artwork, the best animation, the best graphics. That was always what people cared about the most. And these RPGs were slow, and there was a lot of words in them and numbers, and the graphics were often very functional. Going back to some of the early stuff on NES and even before that. So to see 6 come out, and just the very opening scene is really cinematic and lush, and puts you in an environment that is just that snowy march to the town of the village of Narsh, with Terra and Biggs and Wedge and their Magitech suits. It's really, I think it still looks good, and the music is amazing. I mean, it really sets the mood for the entire game.
Yeah, well, exactly. Well, and it's funny too, for me, like, I didn't actually have a Super Nintendo growing up, so this is one I came back to. It was after I went from the NES to the PlayStation era, and then came back to these, but still absolutely loved 6. And it was more, I just felt the characters and the story is what hooked me.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, they're some of the best in the whole franchise.
Yeah. Well, and then, some people argue about Kefka being one of the best villains, right?
He's great, yeah. I mean, Final Fantasy is a series that I think struggles with villains a lot of times. And Kefka is a character that would not work in a modern game. Like with modern graphics, modern gameplay, he's too over the top. But given the format of this game with the sort of overhead bird's eye view graphics perspective, and the style of the writing, he really works within the world of the game, and also the things that he does. He's a character who's seen as kind of a jester early on, and then he gradually becomes more and more sinister as the game goes on. I mean, he's never a good guy or anything, but you have no reason to take him all that seriously early on. And then the depravity and the ruthlessness of what he's willing to do in order to achieve his villainous schemes, it really, I mean, when you hit the world of ruin, he blows up, he causes the apocalypse, and then you actually have to reckon with that and play the game through the apocalypse in order to go and finally take him down. That really sets him apart from most video game characters, most villains, not just in the Final Fantasy series. So he's really a force to be reckoned with, and the final boss fight against him is also like really spectacular for a lot of reasons. Again, the music is really something. It's a new song that you haven't heard up until that point, and it's very memorable. But the screen-filling artwork and the very extreme kind of attacks that he performs, that are pretty difficult to survive. He's a really great villain.
Yeah, well, and like you said, the total experience of it just seems like Matsuga just knows how to convey emotion. He just always has the right music at the right time.
Mm-hmm. Totally.
And this is like a perfect example of it too. This game, like it's just spot on from beginning to end.
I think 6 is his best work. The music is so memorable. It is so varied. It definitely has its own style that is different. It sounds and feels different, like emotionally, like you said. It has an emotional character to it that you don't see even in other Final Fantasy games, and it really matches the mood of the game, and it helps create and set the mood of the game. But it also matches what they're doing in terms of the artwork with the muted earth tones and the art style. The story, which is melancholic and actually really sad, like especially the transition from the world of light to the world of ruin, is really dark, and it's just the opera scene, which has been written about endlessly, I think the opera music is really great on the Super Nintendo, and I think that scene is. At the time, when I first played it, I thought the opera scene was a little bit too long and frustrating because it's a lot of hurry up and wait. It's a lot of running around, and you can't, because the text it's as operatic in the sense that the story that's happening during the opera, it comes across very like slowly because it's being timed with the music and with the movement of these characters around on the screen, and you're not really controlling anything most of the time, so you're just sort of watching it. It is an early version of this sort of like really long Final Fantasy cutscene that you just kind of set the controller down and wait for something to happen. I didn't love it when it first came out, but over the years that whole sequence really stuck with me, and when I replay the game, I find that the opera scene is one of my favorite parts of the game, and in part because of the music, the synthesized voices that they do. Sure, they sound pretty cheesy now, and they sounded a little goofy even back then. Like they don't quite sound like voices, but they sound close enough to work. But the music behind those voices is really great. And then there is a wonderful recording. I'm sure there's lots of them, but the opera has been performed by an actual orchestra and with real singers in Japan on any number of occasions.
Yeah,
and
I can imagine.
I would really recommend you go check that out. And that music holds up with, like legitimate, like actual classical music. I'm not going to say it's one of the greatest operas ever written, but it is a real opera by any measure, and the music, when they arranged for orchestra, you wouldn't believe that it was Super Nintendo music. I mean, it's all the melodies are the same, and it's all there. It's not like they rewrote it to try to make it sound different. But when you take that music that was written for the sound chip in the Super Nintendo and you rearrange it for orchestral instruments, it just sounds great. It sounds great in the same way that it did before. It's just more lush. It's more detailed. It's more emotional. But the fact that they could distill that sort of thing, the fact that you could even have operatic music in a Super Nintendo game was outlandish. I mean, no one would have believed that would even work, and they totally pull it off. And it's unforgettable stuff. It's really great.
Yeah. Incredible directorial debut for Yoshinori. I'm going to butcher his last name because I'm terrible at Japanese name. Yoshinori Kitase.
Kitase, yeah.
Kitase, yeah.
I think. Really not an expert, but
yeah. He won't be listening, so we'll be all right. But
Kitase, yeah.
Yeah. But pretty to have that as your directorial debut. That's impressive. It was a good job. Now, would you recommend this as a starting point if someone really hasn't played a Final Fantasy?
Absolutely, yeah.
Yeah, I'd say so. It's funny. people ask me that question, I say, well, just start at the beginning.
Yeah.
Usually what the answer I get is, it's a little, the original Final Fantasy is a little too basic, but I think this would be a good starting point if you wanted to get an early taste of it, but not have that difficult, the original, like the NES Final Fantasy, it's a lot of, I think the biggest hurdle is trying to figure out what to do next if you're not into it, and then a lot of the stuff is kind of intuitive. So I think this would be a good place if I imagine most people listening have probably played Final Fantasy, but if they haven't, this is a good place to start, I would say.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, it holds up in every aspect, and I think that also the difficulty level is really, really well done, because it never feels particularly difficult, I wouldn't say, but it's also one of the more complex Final Fantasies in terms of what you can do in battle, outside of battle, like the map design, all the little secrets and switches and things. There are, entire towns and areas of the game that are totally optional. In fact, the World of Ruin, almost all of it is optional. Once you get the airship in the World of Ruin, I think you only need a minimum set of maybe 3 or 4 characters to go and try to fight Kefka. I mean, you'll lose, but unless you're cheating or something. It is unusually open-ended, and a very large percentage of the content is optional, including like secret party members and stuff. That was something we'd never seen before in Final Fantasy. And incredibly exciting. I mean, they do come quite late in the game, so they feel a little bit like bonus characters, and they both are super weird in how they play. But I'm a very big fan of Go-Go, and especially Umaro. So yeah, I think there's so much to like here, and you don't have to become an expert at the battle system or min-max your characters. You don't have to teach every Magicite spell to every single character in your party in order to have a chance. You just need to be finely balanced. But, by the end, you do need to have, certainly it helps to have played with all the characters. And I think there are 13 or 14 total characters. Yeah. So the game, it's constantly introducing new elements to you, new skills, new characters. Again, very memorable characters. A lot of them have just really interesting backstories, interesting relationships with each other, interesting relationships with the enemies in the game. Ceres, the sort of white mage soldier character, she's a member of the Empire. She works for the Emperor early in the game, and then later on she actually becomes your sort of de facto main character after the main split in the middle. You've got characters like Ninja Shadow,
yeah,
who you can actually, he can die. You can lose him in a story scene and never get him back.
Yeah.
And it's not like they're tricking you or anything. I think, you can see him and you can choose to go and grab him or not. If you just kind of ignore him and just figure out he'll make it and everything will be fine, you will find out how wrong you are, So the game, it has real stakes to it, and there's an aspect of the way that you choose to play the game has a real impact on the world and the story and the kinds of things that you'll be able to do later in the game. That's not really something that you see. Whereas you compare it to like Final Fantasy IV, it's a heavily scripted game in which your party members are locked in depending on what part of the story you're in. The sequence of events is going to be almost exactly the same every time you play through that game. There's really not a lot of like optional things or split paths, and 6 is just full of that kind of stuff. And it really feels, even though it's in the same console generation made by a lot of the same people just a few years later, it feels like a huge step forward in terms of what Square realize that they could do with this kind of game. And also I just think it's really clear that production values just took a huge step up from where the series had been before, and it's part of it set the stage for going into Final Fantasy VII, which was the game was marketed almost entirely on the story and the graphics and the cinematic aspects of it, which you couldn't have imagined with something like the original Final Fantasy or even 4 or 5. So I think that started with 6. You can take a story scene out of Final Fantasy VI and make a trailer of it, and put it on YouTube, and you could watch that and say, "Oh wow, this is this is kind of interesting. Like, this is really well done. It is 6 more than most games in the series, I think, has also become sort of a template for modern games. There's so many indie games and even like, Square Enix is still making things like Octopath Traveler that are blatantly inspired by Final Fantasy VI. So its influence continues on many, many years later.
Mm-hmm. Well, and then all the things that you'd mentioned, it just adds to the replayability, because I played this a couple times, and it still feels like it still feels fresh, and it's still you find things, like you said, you find things you didn't find last time, and well, we'll have our ranking later on in the podcast, but suffice to say, it's up there.
Yeah, anyone who's played a bunch of Final Fantasies, you have to imagine they're going to put 6 near the top of the list.
Yeah, exactly.
It's one of my favorite games of all time.
I enjoyed it. I don't know if I'd say all time for me, but it's definitely one of the top Final Fantasies for me. But I think part of that too, though, is because I think it would have been different for me if I had played it if I had a Super Nintendo and played it at the time.
It's hard to
I just don't have
nostalgia.
I don't have this nostalgia factor. That's the only thing missing, but I can easily look at it and appreciate it for what it was at the time, and still love the game. I would still play it again myself if I ever. I've been saying for a while that I'm gonna start from the beginning and work my way through. Time is just
that'll take you a while.
Yeah, time is just not there right now. But one day I'm gonna make good on that threat and actually do it. So
that'd be fun.
When I get to 6, I'll be happy.
I'm sure you'll really enjoy your time going through this one yet again.
Exactly.
Yeah, absolutely.
Perfect. So do you have any final thoughts on 5 or 6 before we move on up the ladder?
No, but I'm a little jealous I didn't get to talk about 4. But
okay.
I don't want to steal anybody's thunder. That is also one of my favorite games of all time. So yeah, you can't go wrong with 4.
You might not have gotten to talk about 4, but you will be on later on the show. So we'll take a little break here to talk to Casey about Final Fantasy VII, and then we'll have Johnny back on later on.
All right.
And we've come to the part of the show that Casey's most excited for. So we've got him back, and we are going to discuss his favorite of the series, Final Fantasy VII.
Woo-wee! It's so funny how it's just known as either, I feel like there's just 2 camps, it's like the camp that's like, it is the one, and then it's the camp that everyone's like, I hate that game, it's overrated. And I think we know where you fall in.
Yeah. I'm not totally on the overrated camp, but I'm closer to that than the than the former.
The loving it, yeah.
Yeah. Well, it's funny. One of the common themes I'm finding throughout our discussion is it seems like a lot of it has to do with how we came in, like the experience or the time that we played it. Because Final Fantasy VII, like I wasn't there when it was like a big thing. I played it well after the fact, so it wasn't this unknown commodity at the time. With it being like the first 3-dimensional or next generation game, I can see why at the time it was probably a big deal. But I had actually played 8 before 7, so it felt like a step back.
Yeah, you were going backwards. Yeah, I mean, because I guess it's got like the 3D models, right? And then it's got like the flat backgrounds in areas and stuff. Like early on when you're in one of the reactors, like going up those stairs and stuff, it's like you're just so obviously like running on like a flat image that's supposed to be, 3D, but not really.
Yeah,
but,
exactly.
I mean, I guess how we came into it, and I think that definitely plays a huge part with my affinity for this game. Because I never had a PlayStation back in the day. I mean, I do now. I got one way after the fact, and I went and I bought a bunch of Final Fantasy and Resident Evil games. But it was when growing up, I had my brother is 5 years older than me, and then we had a neighbor, my next door neighbor, right next door, and Like, we lived in a pretty tight area, so it was like they weren't really that far from us. And they had 2 boys. One was a year older than me, and he was my friend. And then his brother was 4 years older than me, and then like him and my brother would hang out. So it was always like pretty much we just pair off. And my neighbors had a PlayStation, and it was the older neighbor's PlayStation, and he so pretty much I would never get to play that. Even when we're over there, it'd be like, oh, come on, Kenny, let me play. And you're like, no, get out of here, It's like, this is mine. So that's actually, we hinted earlier about Diablo. That's how I got into Diablo 2, was just watching him play Diablo and Final Fantasy 7, So it's like, those 2 games, like, it was just hours upon hours of me watching him play those games and just wanting to play so bad, but not being able to. So it was like the forbidden fruit, if you will.
Mm-hmm.
So it was always like, man, I just want to play that game so bad. It looks so amazing. And then eventually, I remember I got it for the PC, which is just not a really great way to play it. Or at least back in the day, I remember it came in like this big, thick box, and it had a bunch of discs. And I remember when you got up to like the gold, I'm blanking on the name, like the saucer. Yeah, gold saucer. Like the big amusement park in the sky. There was like a big bug that would like not let you progress any further. And I remember being so upset. I was like, are you kidding me? And like having to do like a bajillion back route ways to try and like get past it with like downloads and stuff. And it was a disaster. But yeah, so it just always had that bit of like, just, man, I wish I could play this game. So like being able to eventually play it, and like get to experience it was, I guess, what made it so special to me, And then it's like, I think the story's pretty like intriguing. I think the characters are memorable, How could you not love Cloud with the big badass sword? It's like, oh man. Like the intro was so cool, and like I guess that was also part of the like, like next gen, we're making this game, all the bells and whistles, and I think I even remember like the marketing up to it was already like proclaiming it was going to be one of the greatest games of all time, like just like, man, like they're going all in on this game, and it's just good old Final Fantasy.
Yeah, like you said, they did go all in. Like, they had a huge budget, had a huge staff. So Sakaguchi was still, he wasn't the director on this one, but he was a producer. So he was involved. But they had given the keys to this one to Katase, director of Final Fantasy VI. So yeah, he just kept it going for 7. So they had a lot of the same team. Like, obviously, like Matsu still was the composer, and Nomura was one of the artists, and so yeah, it was basically just the same squad but just with they went all in. It was the first non-Nintendo.
Yep, yeah, I remember that was like, I remember back in the day just being like, man, like why is it not out for the N64? And like it totally. Oh my god, could you imagine?
Yeah.
4 cartridges.
Yes. Well, that's the thing is, like, like a game like this couldn't even be on the N64, so it's, as disappointed as most of us probably were, like, especially I'm with you, like, I didn't have a PlayStation at the time, so that's why I never played it when it came out. I was the anti-PlayStation. I was like, who are these guys? Who do they think they are? I bought the...
Yeah, me too.
I bought the Nintendo Kool-Aid about the cartridges being faster, like loading and stuff like that.
The Dream Team, baby.
Yeah, that's right.
Well, I remember my neighbors traded in their N64 for the PlayStation, and I was like, you freaking animals. Like, who are you?
Traitors!
And then meanwhile, I sat there and watched them play all the games, I'm like, oh, I just want to play these.
That's right. So, did you watch, like, the entire Final Fantasy 7? Like, did you see it from beginning to end at the neighbors before you played it yourself, or?
No, I didn't see all of it, but just enough where it was like, 'cause, I mean, obviously, it's a pretty hefty game. I can actually, I guess, check. I'm assuming around 40 hours. I think it was sort of, yeah, on howlongtobeat.com, 38 and a half. So,
Yeah.
and back then, that was, I remember that was how games were measured, like the measuring stick was how many hours to beat it.
Mm-hmm.
And I remember that with like Ocarina of Time too. It was like, it takes this many hours. That must mean it's a good game. But yeah, I don't, definitely didn't see, beginning to end, but like for however long he was playing it, I was over there because we'd hang out every day, back in elementary school or whatever it was at that time. And, so no, I didn't see the whole thing through him, but enough where it's just like, man, and I'm sure like back then too, the story gets pretty confusing, especially if you're not watching it all, so I probably didn't have a good idea of what was going on for the most part, but it was interesting enough that it just kept me wanting to play it even more and more.
Mm-hmm. And were you one of the people that were shocked and surprised at the Aerith stabbing of the heart?
You know what? The worst part is that got spoiled for me before I got to play it.
Too bad.
So whether that have been, I don't think I actually was there when like he was playing it for that, but knowing him, I like my neighbors, don't get me wrong. I mean, I haven't talked to him in years and years, but he was a bit of a jerk, so like it wouldn't have surprised me if he was like, "Hey, Casey, guess what?"
Yeah,
but
we're in the game.
That was
to tell
crazy.
You that this happens. Yeah, well, I don't remember if I feel like I did play it after the fact, but I don't think I knew about that going in. So I remember being surprised, like thinking, like, is she really gone? Is this it?
Yeah, like this must be a joke.
Yeah.
Is this a dream sequence?
Yeah, is she gonna be like resurrected? Like, what's going on here?
Because I can't think of many games, like before. I mean, I guess Fire Emblem, you lose characters permanently and stuff, but like I can't think of games where like someone who was in your party who was an integral part of the story getting killed off, and that was just it.
Mm-hmm. Well, and I think part of it too
so
is
I really.
The fact that it was like a cutscene too, like a big deal, like a pivotal moment of the game.
Yeah, those cutscenes.
Yeah.
But yeah, I mean, I wish I had gotten to experience that without the spoils, but because I could have seen that being one of those like, yeah, oh my god moments. Aside from like story and stuff, what did you think of the combat with like the limit breaks and the materia and all that jazz?
I enjoyed it. Again, part of it was because I had played 8 first. I was kind of used to its 8's funky combat because it's a little bit. I mean, there's some similarities, but it's one of those. I'm the type where I kind of, when I like something, I'm reluctant to change. So when I start playing something like different, and it's, like with Final Fantasy, so it's like, well, this isn't what I just enjoyed, but I'll power through it still. And,
this sucks.
Yeah. This is different. I don't like it. Give me a turn-based and I'm happy though. So it's.
I'm definitely a fan of the turn-based, although admittedly I've gotten more into the action RPG lately. I think at the end of the day I would still take a good old-fashioned turn-based game over the action, but man, you really should play Ys 8, man. It is so good.
Well, if you're bringing up action RPGs, what's your opinion of 15?
Well, I've never played 15, but from what I gather, it's sort of similar to Xenoblade Chronicles X, which is my least favorite of the Xenoblade games. So I said on the podcast to Perry the other day, and this might be blasphemy, but I was like, if I was ever going to play Final Fantasy 15, it would probably be the Pocket Edition HD. Just because it's like, when I play those big open world games, like generally I just want to progress from the main storyline and then sort of dabble a little bit, like, maybe take a half hour to do some side quests or an hour and then get back to the meat and potatoes. So I'm pretty sure
it's probably not for you
Pocket
then.
Edition is.
I don't know if I'd even bother with Pocket
Edition's
Edition.
pretty much just the streamlined, right?
Yeah, from what I'm told, it's mostly like mostly just the story driven stuff. So yeah, but it's funny because like for me, 50, like it was everything other than the story, like all of the little side stuff, is why I enjoyed 15. So, yeah, if it's
see, and that's why I think I didn't enjoy X that much, because it was about the side quests and stuff is what made that game good, and that's just generally not how I enjoy playing my games, you know.
Yeah.
Speaking of 7,
yeah, that's right. To go back to 7.
Oh, I guess. I mean, if we want to keep talking about sort of the future of Final Fantasy, I mean, we could touch on the future of Final Fantasy VII with the remake. I mean, they've already said they're going. I mean, I feel like they announced Final Fantasy VII remake way too soon, because it seems like they don't know what the heck's going on with it, or at least they didn't. You know, because it's going to be episodic, right? And they talked about changing up the battle system.
Yeah, like as one of the people who really loved Final Fantasy VII, like what's your take on them coming back with some like a change up to what you enjoyed?
I mean, I personally would just be happy with Final Fantasy VII HD, but not like an up-resing kind of thing. Like if they just like, we're just gonna rebuild the entire game and keep, you know, maybe like some smoothing over some areas that, you know, might not be you know, sort of up to snuff in 2018, you know, but you know, I would like to keep the battle system and just sort of go with that route. But I guess, you know, I'm not, I should say originally I was like, ugh, episodic, and they're going to change everything up, you know?
Yeah.
But I think now, like, sort of taking a step back, you know, it's been, what, 2 plus years since they announced it. I guess, you know, if they sort of change up the battle system and maybe took some things they've learned over the years and what can sort of improve it, I'm not against it. I don't really like the episodic idea, because then that just means here's a quarter of the game and you're going to have to probably wait another year plus for the second half, and then, or whatever, you know. That seems weird to me. Like, I would still much rather them just release this at one time, even if it takes another 3 years. But I'm definitely more open to the idea of changing up the battle system. You know, maybe it works sort of like a Xenoblade, where it's like, oh, you engage and you're sort of cornered off in like a circle, you know, or a little battle area, and you know, there's some sort of action element to it, or something. But yeah, I really would prefer not to be episodic.
Yeah, I don't know why they'd even think of going that route. It seems kind of funny, and I mean, look at how it did not work out for Telltale. So, like,
oh boy, yeah.
So if they were looking at them as where they got the idea for this episodic thing,
like a formula,
or if they thought it was a way of getting it out early or something like that, it doesn't make sense. Like, it, you know, I'd rather just play the full game, and maybe I wonder if my hope it would be that maybe they would have had the first episode out earlier, and then decided against it, and that's why it is taking longer, because they're like, no, we better just do the whole thing.
Yeah, because I don't think any of the response anywhere online was like, that's a great idea, like, that could work.
Yeah.
Yeah, to me it sounds more like them like, all right, we could get the first part of the game out relatively soon, and then, like, we'll just keep working on the rest, you know? Mm-hmm. But yeah, that just seems like a disaster, you know?
Yeah.
And especially a game with such cachet with gamers, you know, it's like, you know, you don't want to screw this up. And like, you're already making changes, which, like I said, is fine. You know, it's going to ruffle some feathers, of course. But, like, just the episodic just doesn't seem like, there just seems like the only pro would be that they get part of the game out sooner.
Mm-hmm.
But if it's still going to take just as long to get the rest of it out, you know, like, oh, so I'm going to play like 10 hours of Final Fantasy VII in 2018, and then I'll play the other 10 hours in 2019, you know, and like, what, I would play 10 hours for 4 consecutive years? Like, I don't know, it just seems silly.
Yeah, and like, for me, like, what I would probably end up doing is just waiting until the end, you know, like, if the last episode comes out in 2022, well, that's when I'll play it. Like, it doesn't... I wouldn't want to play it and then be like,
I
oh,
totally
to
agree.
be continued. I'm like, nuts to that. The idea of it is fine with me. Like, I wonder if they're almost trying to rekindle, like someone like me who maybe enjoys the franchise, but just didn't play it at the right time. It might, like, I'm interested in playing it. I think I'd rather the resources be put towards Final Fantasy 16, but if it's not affecting either one, then yeah, go nuts. Like, I'll buy it. That's fine. It's not a horrible idea, but at the same time, I've also complained a lot, even recently, about port. That it seems like we're just in this loop of porting existing games, and no new games are being made right now. So I'm all over the place. I'll admit it.
Yeah, no, I know what you mean, and you know, if it was like a promise, like oh, the episodes would be coming out like guaranteed 3 months apart over the course of a year, then you could maybe justify it because you'd be like, all right, well, I've got like a couple months play, jump back in, but I mean, let's be honest, like Square Enix does not have a good track record with getting things out on time.
Yeah, well, and it's funny because we're talking about like playing in 2018 or 2019, and it's quite possible the first episode doesn't come out till 2022. So who knows?
Yeah, oh yeah. I mean, yeah, I don't expect to play this game before 2020. You know.
Yeah.
But that's okay as long as it's like I said, I mean, it's a tall order, you know, for whoever, you know, for the people working on this. They need to get in there and they need to take a timeless classic, whether you love it or hate it. It's a classic, you know. It's a game that resonates with people. And it's a game that you could, you know, even people who are lapsed gamers, but I remember, like my brother, he still plays like some sport games and like he'll jump into like the Call of Duties or whatever. But it's like, whenever we talk about old games, like he's always like, yeah, Final Fantasy VII, you know? So it's just sort of funny, like it's got, you know, that much cachet with people where it's like, whew. I mean, if they pull it off and it's amazing, it's like bravo. But man, it's, you know, there are going to be people out there with a fine comb tooth.
Yeah.
Fine
tooth comb.
That's it. Yes. Going through, looking at every little thing. Oh, this was changed. That was changed.
Yeah.
Why was this changed? You know, like, whew.
They'll be walking on a tightrope for sure, because there's a fine line between honoring the classic and butchering it for a new audience. So.
Yeah, and it's, unfortunately, you feel like it's going to be a butcher, if, you know, how things have gone so far, you know.
Yeah. Well, hope.
But man, I tell you, there was nothing more hype than when they released that trailer
That's right.
at E3, man. I went bananas.
Yeah. Well, like you said, there's so many people out there that I'm sure, again, whether it's good or bad, I bet you it sells.
Oh, yeah. I mean, if nothing else but, you know, morbid curiosity, like, let's see how bad this is, you know. I'm sure there will be some people like that. But, I mean, I'm pretty stoked that we're going to see Final Fantasy VII finally released on a Nintendo console with the Switch next year. I mean, that I will buy that. You know, I plan on buying that and playing that. Like, that was exciting to me. I know your 8 was not was not present for that, so I know you're a little upset. But yeah, I mean, that I was excited about that.
Yeah, like, I'm probably going to wait to see how much they are, because that may depend.
Well, what are they?
I don't know if they've given us a figure for how much they're going to charge. I don't even think they've said if they're going to be physical or not. Like, if it's, you know, $29.99
I
in
figure
physical,
they'll just
then,
be downloads.
Yeah, you think so? Nah, it's all right. I guess I got my original.
Did I say
boxes.
physical?
I think I'd prefer physical, but
Wait, did I say physical or digital? I definitely think digital. I think it'll be digital. $19.99 is what seems right. You know, because I'm trying to think what they charge for like the PS Classics.
they're $10
can
because
you
I
get
picked
it
them
on-
up. Like, I've picked them up a couple on
okay, yeah,
on Vita and stuff, and they're $10 now. So, I mean, they are like a remastered versions coming to Switch. So they'll be able to justify a higher cost or a higher price that way. And then there's the Switch tax. So I'm hoping like I'm thinking maybe like $24.99. I'm thinking, or $29.99, but we'll see, I guess.
Yeah, I hope it's $19.99, but I could totally see them trying to just play like well, hey, it's finally on Nintendo console, give us your money.
Yeah, exactly.
But if they were to put these on like a cart, that would be pretty cool. It's like, finally, it can fit on a cartridge.
That's right. And I'm guessing if you had only one to pick from those that were announced, that you'd be going with 7, I guess, eh?
Yeah, well, it was 7, 9, and 10, right? And 10X, 10-2X or whatever. I played a lot. I played 9 a bunch back in the day, too, which it stinks because I could barely remember much of it. I do love Vivi, though.
Yeah. It didn't leave the same...
I love that character design.
Oh, yeah, I love that. I guess it didn't leave the same impression as 7.
No, like I said, I think the reason 7, is so, special is because of that just years of like not being able to play but wanting to play it, But I do remember enjoying 9. I played actually a little bit of 10 because my one buddy, that's his favorite game, is and he was like, you gotta try it. So I bought it on Vita. And I was enjoying it, but just for whatever reason, I stopped, I thought the upgrade system was interesting.
It's
with that, like, the orb or whatever.
Yeah. It didn't age that great.
Like, I don't know how you describe it.
Yeah.
I just remember his laugh.
Yeah.
That one, like, cutscene where he's like, ah! And his mouth is just, like, open the whole time. It's, like, so weird.
Yeah. Well, that was the first one with voice acting, right? So.
Yeah, now, just a quick sidebar. Do we know why they don't release 8 ever again? Like, it seems like...
there's a few potential reasons.
Like, I've they heard, release all the other ones.
I've heard a few. One of the things I've heard is licensing issues with Eyes on Me. Another thing I heard is that Square doesn't actually have the code anymore, because apparently they were notorious for... just deleting everything once they were done. It was like, okay, game's out.
Oh my god, could
game's
you imagine?
Out. Forget it. Clear the hard drives. We need to start the next one. So I've read reporting on a few things like that where they just and I think like for some of I don't remember the exact ones, but I guess they had to do a bit of reverse engineering for a couple of the ones just to even get them. So I mean, if that's true or not, I'm not sure, but I have read a few articles in that had discussed that. So maybe they don't have the code, or
maybe they're just lining up. Maybe they're just lining up Final Fantasy VIII remake for next E3.
Yeah, maybe. Well, and maybe it's too much work to remaster because they really didn't have a remastered version of it already made. Like they have a Windows version, but it's pretty terrible. So maybe it's...
Yeah, I would imagine.
Maybe it's just that it wasn't already done, so they're not going to put the resources in to get it. I mean, there's not as many people out there that like it as much as I do, and either. Like, it's...
It seems to be sort of like the stepchild to all the other ones, like the forgotten ones.
Yeah, like, I think most people, if you said, ranked... If you told them to rank even just the trio, the PlayStation trio, I would imagine most people would put it at the bottom. Like they would either say 7 or 9 is their favorite, and then 8 would be at the bottom of those three. So, but yeah, that's all right. I still enjoy playing the existing one. I picked it up for my Vita. I've got the original discs, and still got a PS2 kicking around here somewhere. So I'm good.
One day you get back into that.
Yeah. One day I'll get to it, but I'm not too. If it doesn't come to Switch, I'm not gonna be too worried. Perfect. Well, I think that's it for 7, and coming up next is like we've discussed. It's my favorite Final Fantasy in the series. We'll be talking with Johnny with that, and then we'll have Casey come in at the end, and we'll put a bow on it together, our season premiere, and
yep, I'll wrangle up all the drunk Final Fantasy players into into the car and get them home safely.
That's right.
By the time this one's over, there'd be plenty of beers kicked back, I'm sure.
Yeah, I think so. I think we might need them. So, we've come to the part of the podcast that I've been looking most forward to. It is Final Fantasy VIII, and it is, well, I guess I'm spilling the beans on my list, but I'm just going to have to go ahead and say this is my favorite Final Fantasy. Mostly probably due to nostalgic reasons, but it's still to this day, I can still play it anytime and have loads of fun. So I'm looking forward to talking to Johnny about Final Fantasy VIII.
Yeah, it's not my favorite, but I certainly do enjoy it. It's been quite a long time since I played 8, so my memory's a little rusty. I've got some helpful reference material here to jog my memory, because it has been about 20 years since I played through this one.
Well, that's no problem. Any details, I'm still acutely aware. I've got the game all over the place. I've got it on like Vita and things that Sony shouldn't know about, and my PlayStation. So I've played it many times. So I'm happy to talk about it. And so I guess I'll start with it first came out February 11th, 1999. I actually didn't play it when it first came out. So I'll just give a brief history for my experience. So like I said, I grew up with Final Fantasy 1. That's kind of how I got hooked to the series. Didn't have the SNES, and Final Fantasy 8 is actually what really hooked me, because it was the next game that I actually played on my PlayStation 2. I wish I remember where I got it. I really can't remember, but I was hooked. I played it within like a few days because I just couldn't put it down, and then from there that's what led me to everything else. I just went to from then on. It was like, no, I'm going to play the rest, and every other one I've played since then is hooked me as well, and it was the gateway drug to Final Fantasy, really, for me. So
yeah, I feel like 8 has is partly responsible for the series' reputation as being like sort of emo and strange characters with weird fashion senses, and just lots of clashing styles. And in a lot of ways, it's a precursor to 15, I feel.
Well, it's funny, when we get to 15, we'll discuss that a lot of people that worked on 8 worked on 15.
Oh, that makes sense. Okay.
Yeah. And so for Final Fantasy 8, the director is actually the same director as Final Fantasy 6, Yoshinari Kitase. Mm-hmm. And the art director was Yusuke Nora? But anyway, he did the field graphics for Final Fantasy 6 and Chrono Trigger.
Cool. Wow. And
was the art director for Final Fantasy 7. And it was the writer for this one was I'm not even going to try the first name, but it was Nojima. They did Kitase did the bulk of the writing, but Nojima did some scenario writing with Kitase, and Nojima's a name that'll come up later in the pod as well. Ugh. I'm always butchering these Japanese names to the composer. Nobu, right?
Yeah, Nobuo Uematsu. Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I always get the name screwed up. But yeah, he was on this one as well, as usual. I play hockey once a week, and I am not afraid to say that Liberi Fatali is on my Get Pumped list. It is the second last song that I play. I've timed it perfectly from the time I leave my house. Like, I have an exact playlist that I play from the time I leave my house to the time that I get to the rink. It is the second last song, and it gets me going still. Not so much the trademark song of "Eyes on Me" by Chinese singer Fei Wong.
Yeah. It's very weepy, slow and weepy, sort of.
Yeah. It's not exactly a Get Pumped song, though, for me. So
no, it was a landmark. If I recall, it was the first song in a Final Fantasy game that really had, like, English lyrics. I think they did a couple different versions of it, but they localized it and sort of rewrote the lyrics in English, and you could hear that in the game. Whereas like the opera music in 6, it had lyrics, but you couldn't really hear the lyrics in the game because the sound chip on the Super Nintendo wasn't really capable of reproducing them. So they just made synthesized voices that sounded vaguely like singing. But in this game, it's a human being singing words. And that was notable. It felt like, oh, okay, a lot of aspects of 8 feel like it was Square trying to bring the series into the modern world. There's a lot of modern elements built into the characters and the environment of the game, the setting. It has a sort of, it's a bit like 15 in that it is plenty of, fantastical stuff, monsters and magic and science fiction, but kind of done in a more realistic style. The characters certainly are entirely done in this sort of lanky, human-looking, proportioned art style that, one of the big criticisms of 7 was that, the characters look one way in battles and then another way on the field and then another way in the CG cutscenes. And in 8, it was clear they made a concerted effort to address that criticism, and the characters look consistently the same. I mean, they don't look the same between gameplay and the CG, but at least they're recognizable as, oh, okay, that just looks like the same character, but now drawn with much better technology. It's not like a totally different art style. They look consistent from scene to scene, and that made sense. And also, it's the first game in the series that revolves around sort of a theme of romance, and so that was exciting for some people, and I think really hard to take for a lot of people back in its day in the late 90s. Like, wait, really? They're going to try to make a game that's, like legitimately emotional, and they're going to try to develop these characters to have like a real relationship. You'd have to tell me, David, how well that they do, because I don't really remember a whole lot about it. But they tried. They certainly went very hard at that.
Yeah, my opinion is that they succeeded. I imagine what many people the word cringeworthy, there might be a few cringeworthy scenes that people may not appreciate as much as I do, but I enjoyed the characters. I enjoyed watching the evolution of Squall and Renoa coming together. Like, it really felt like, I know there was the group of 6 that you play as, and they're a very tight-knit group. Mm-hmm. And one of the things I love about Final Fantasy is just watching groups of people come together. But Renoa and Squall were certainly the focal point. Mm-hmm. And then a lot, but I also loved, I guess it's been long enough that spoilers is not necessary. We're not worried about it, but
yeah.
I also loved the parallel, like when at the beginning of the game and throughout the game, there's these scenes where the main characters kind of fall into this sleep, and then they're reliving other people's past lives. And I love the group, the Imperial soldiers, like Laguna, and Ward, the Galbadian soldiers, Laguna, Kyros, and Ward, and seeing them, like, again, just another group of people, like that group of friends, that sticks together, and to see them evolve as well, like, that's a lot of where my appeal to the game came is to see these people, like, where they started. Because I mean, the whole kind of the overview of the game is that you start off with these group of trainees into this. They're soldiers, basically. They're like mercenaries. There's this mercenary force called Garden. That's soldiers for hire, essentially. And the players that you play as, so you'll start with Quittis, Squall, Zell, and Selfie. They're the 4 at the original Garden. And so Quittis is the instructor, and Zell, Selfie, and Squall are all trainees. Like, they're almost professionals. They're seeds, they're called in the game. And you see them all grow together, and to see them start as the trainees, and then to see everything they go through to the end, to see them become like this, like, you feel really powerful by the end of the game. So it's just, I just love how everything comes together. It's a very expansive, like, it goes, in the place, it was on in the original PlayStation. It actually goes across 4 discs.
Mm-hmm.
So it's I can't remember how long it was, but
it's a pretty long game. I mean, it was
meaty.
It's similar to 7 and 9, I think. It's 50, 60, 70 hours. It depends a lot on how much grinding you do and how directly you pursue the main plot of the game. There certainly are there are plenty of diversions like the Triple Triad card game, which you and I both are big fans of. One of the best mini games in all of the Final Fantasy franchise. It's maybe not as splashy as snowboarding in 7 or the weird real-time strategy thing that you do in 7. But I think the card game in this is much better than the one in Final Fantasy 9, and they've tried a couple times since then as well to introduce elements like that, and I don't think any of them work as well as the one in 8. I was challenging pretty much every major character that you meet in the whole game. I was trying to play them in cards, win their card, and then use that in my deck and continue to build things up. And I'm trying to remember if you ever really win anything other than just more cards. I mean, I want to say the Triple Triad is pretty optional, but
I think it was just like a collection. It was just there to. Not a distraction, but just kind of a nice breather. It was just fun, but it was a way of having kind of like a collection quest, like, because I was the same way. I would challenge everybody. I wanted to find all the, like, every character had a card. All the enemies, like all the guardian forces, they all had cards. So, and a lot of them were hidden away, and so you'd be talking to people trying to find their cards, like. I remember, I think it was Zell's mom had Zell's card, and there's like a specific point in the game where you have to go to Zell's house and like talk to the mom, and she gives you the card. So it's and the great thing too about the game is that the game evolves as you go, because every area of the world has different rules of the game. So it starts off fairly simple in that first like when you first start playing. But as you start going into different regions, new rules get added in that just complicates it further, and it just so the level of difficulty just gets. It's a nice gradual pace. So I really enjoyed having those monkey wrenches thrown into the game, where you really have to. A lot of thought goes into it. Like the strategy part of it is incredible to me.
Yeah, so you mentioned that Final Fantasy VIII was on 4 different discs on the PlayStation 1, and part of the reason for that is, it obviously had some like Red Book audio, we used to call it, but essentially like wave file audio, which is pretty hefty and would take up a lot of room on the disc. And so that's one reason you would not hear Eyes on Me, the vocal song that we talked about earlier. You would not hear that in multiple parts of the game, because that song is probably only on 1 or 2 of the discs, and so they save it for major story moments. But also there is a fair amount of full motion video, or basically CG, in this game, and not just for cutscenes. But I remember one of the really cool things about Final Fantasy VIII is it introduced this idea of moving around polygonal 3D characters. These characters look like PlayStation characters, right? They're very low polygon, very rough textures on them, but they're detailed for the time. But you're moving them around on backgrounds that aren't just static, like in Final Fantasy VII, just like the original Resident Evil games. They have these like fairly detailed, at the time, but like very static, because the backgrounds were literally just like drawn on a computer, and then you're superpositioning 3D characters on top of them in order to try to bring a richness to the world that the system otherwise would not be able to render. And in 8, they really ramped that up, because now, still most of the backgrounds in the game are static still, but there are more of them, and so the camera will shift more often into different perspectives depending on what side of the room that you're on, or something. You can move from area to area. So I feel like it had more variety in the backgrounds that you saw, and then also there were certain scenes that were really flashy and very memorable, where you would control a character as the background is not just static, but it's playing in a video. And so you're running around as things like this. Really, at the time, is like really impressive, like really high quality looking graphics in the background because they're all pre-rendered. But they're not just sitting, they're not just stuck there. They're moving with you as you move this other character. Now, there's a graphical clash between the quality of the character and the background, no doubt about it. It looks weird, and it probably looks way more weird now than it did at the time. But it is a pretty significant upgrade over what they were able to do in Final Fantasy VII, and they continue to use that in 9 as well. Probably works better in 9, I think. It's maybe not as clashy in that one, but it makes for some. They save it for key moments in the story, but it's a pretty cool feature that was introduced in 8.
Yeah, well, and one of the best examples of it actually is early in the game. The name of the town is escaping me, but the mission, there's like one mission at the beginning of the game where it's kind of like the seed team. They do the mission and then they'll become full on seeds. It's basically their last training mission, and it's to push out the Galbanian force from. I wish I could remember the town name, but anyway, they basically arrive and then they push. They start fighting on the Galbanian forces, and then they go to the top of the hill where there's this radio station, and they fight Biggs and Wedge, which is awesome. And Biggs and Wedge call a spider robot, and it's the exact scene that you're talking about, where your control. So they have to retreat at this point. So they're running back through the city, so you kind of have like the higher res background, and then the spider robot itself. It's funny because there's like scenes. There's certain scenes where it's kind of that low poly like the characters, but then near the end, you see the movie. It's kind of like behind, like you're controlling the character and having them run towards you on the screen, and the spider is behind them, like tearing through buildings, trying to get to them. And then it all ends with like this CG, and it's one of my favorite CG scenes actually is a Squall running towards. They have like these tank boats that are waiting on the beach, and so he's running towards the boat, and the spider's like just about to get him, and then Quintus pulls out a minigun and just blows it all to hell. So that's kind of like the perfect example of that low poly on top of CGI, which it looks weird, but I mean it pretty at the time. I imagine it was cool.
Yeah, it's very exciting back in its day. I think it allowed them to craft very dynamic scenes that they wouldn't have been able to convey otherwise. So it gave the game a little bit more of an action movie feel. I mean, again, like very isolated moments throughout the game. This is not something that happens constantly, but every now and then when you find. I mean, I remember every time I would come across one of these things, I would really sit up straight and try to take it in because I didn't know if I would be able to see this again very easily. It's a striking style. So I really like that part of it. And I love that you get a spaceship and you can go up into space for no
right.
apparent reason, really. I don't remember any great story contrivance for why your party is able to take over a spaceship. But something that the franchise has dallied with over time. But in this game, the airship is also a spaceship, and so you can fly around the overworld, which is really nice. I like the overworlds in every Final Fantasy game, and I think the one in 8 is a little bit underrated. But you can fly around in the Ragnarok ship, but then you push a button or choose from a menu, and it'll like lift straight up and go up into orbit. And I don't. Maybe David, your memory would be a lot fresher than mine. Can you really do much in space, or is it just sort of like another location that you just sort of go up and you can have some story stuff?
I don't think you could, like once it comes back out of space, I don't think you can go back in. Like I think you get the ship in space, you come back down to the world, and then you can kind of go anywhere.
It's stuck in the atmosphere at that point.
Yeah. Okay. Exactly. Okay. The thing I remember most though is there's a way to break the game pretty good with the Ragnarok, and there's so on the map there's two small islands at the westernmost point and the easternmost point. And on the westernmost point, and on these islands are level 100 monsters. So what I discovered was, so one of the battle mechanics is that when your characters are low on HP, there's a limit break mechanic that can kick in, where it's like basically like a super powered attack that each character has, and each character has a unique one. And so what I discovered was that I got Quittis down very low in power, so that it was an automatic that the limit break just would automatically kick in. There was one of the Guardian Forces had an ability that there was no wait time when the battle started. It would immediately go, like, she could do a move immediately. So and she had one, I don't remember what the limit break, because the way that Quittis worked is that she had like a number of different attacks that she could choose from. But one of them is that she banished the monster to another dimension. It was a one-hit kill. So what I did was I would go to this island. I would have her be able to do that move as soon as the battle started. So she would one-hit kill 100 level monsters. And I quickly became level 100 party very, very quickly.
That's great.
And let me tell you, the rest of the game was so easy.
Oh, yeah. But that's one of the joys of, a lot of the Final Fantasy games can be broken in some way. And it's I don't think that there's anything wrong with that, because it does reward players for exploring all these different gameplay systems and trying to, crack into some combination or some very particular circumstance, just like you described, that allows you to take a huge advantage over the enemies and level up your characters. And it's part of the tradition. Most people will never find those sorts of things, but if you're a really big fan and you really dig into it, you can make the game very easy for yourself. You're also the kind of player who probably doesn't need to make the game very easy for yourself. And so it doesn't really lose anything when you do that. It's really just more of a reward for you for figuring out how to do it.
I'm curious what your opinion is on with the Guardian Forces. When you actually use them, they all had like a CGI somatic attack. Did that I know for me, like I enjoyed watching them, and it never grew old on me, but I know that a lot of people complain that it slowed down, like when you use them, it slowed down the battles. Like they just felt like, it's like, okay, well, I've seen it once, I don't need to see it again.
Oh, sure. Yeah.
But I mean, I didn't mind it.
Summoning monsters is something that, like, back in the Super Nintendo Final Fantasies would last 1 or 2 seconds usually, and then by the PlayStation, I think by Final Fantasy IX, they had a system where you could actually like pound on the button during the summon scenes just to give you something to do, because the scenes were so long. Some of them were like over 60 seconds long. I mean, the saving grace is it's not something you're going to do every battle. It's a special event when it happens, and so maybe you don't see it so often that you mind so much, but some of them are pretty ridiculous.
Well, like Eden's and Alexander's, I think, are probably the longest and most ridiculous. Like, I think Eden is the one where it, like, takes them into space and then, like, shoots them through, like, this distortion beam into the world or something crazy like that. And then
that rings a bell.
Yeah, and then Alexander has climbs up a mountain and then fires. It's funny. Alexander reminds me of the Megas, or the Ultra Zord from Power Rangers, where they shoot, or Titanus, where that shoots like 100 missiles. I enjoyed that. But and then I mean later on in the game too, the limit break attacks become more important than the Guardian Force anyway.
Right.
So it's more that, like, earlier in the game, I find them a little more important, but as the game rolls on, you're just more worried about getting those limit breaks as opposed to the Guardian Force. So no, I enjoy it. I don't know if I would say, as much as I love it, if somebody was trying to get into Final Fantasy, I don't know if I would recommend this as a starting point.
No.
I would call it a treat for after maybe a couple others, but it still hasn't been dethroned as my favorite yet.
I think 8 is a bit of an outlier in terms of the style of it, and some of the mechanics that it introduced really have never been visited again, like the stock and draw system for Magic, which is it's sort of blatantly broken, and not even necessarily all that fun to use, especially in the early goings. I think once you have filled up all your reserves of magic, then it's not really a big deal for the rest of the game. But in the early goings, it can feel very grindy to get that stuff going for you. So yeah, they were. It's an experimental game in some ways. They were really trying a lot of different things. They wanted. I mean, I respect 8 a lot in that they wanted to refine a lot of the ideas from 7 that didn't work so well, and then also do everything that they could to set it apart from 7. Because 7 was this massive blockbuster game. And I think with 8, they could have very easily just kind of made another one a lot like 7. And instead, they took a really hard turn. And they went for something different in almost every aspect of the game. And I respect that a whole lot. You know, some of it probably doesn't hold up all that well now. But it was a weird game when it came out. And it's even weirder now looking back on it. And, I like that a lot. I'm a fan. I'm not a fan like you, but I am a fan of 8.
Well, I always anyone who's even mild fans, I love talking about it because I feel like I'm in the minority, so I gotta take advantage of talking to people about it when they say they enjoyed it too. So I'm happy to talk to you about it too on this podcast. So that's great, perfect. What we'll do is I believe we'll have Jordan on for Final Fantasy IX, and then we're going to Johnny's going to come back and help me bring it home. With the final few Final Fantasies before we wrap it up with our rankings. So stay tuned, and we'll be right back. Alrighty, so we are back, and Jordan is going to wrap up the PS1 trio with me with a discussion about Final Fantasy IX. So, for me personally, we were just talking with Johnny with my favorite Final Fantasy VIII, and with my history of the Final Fantasy, the way it actually worked for me is, so I had Final Fantasy 1, and 8 was the next one I went on to, and then immediately after 8, I played through 9, and I enjoyed it. It's, from the people I've talked to, it's kind of, I get a mixed reaction about 9.
Did you play it all the way through, David? Did you finish 9 at some point?
Yep.
Okay.
Yeah, I have. Yep. Yeah. So I mean, I enjoyed it. I remember enjoying it at the time. They kind of went back to the medieval. 7 and 8 were more futuristic-y, like more 8 than 7, I guess, where it was kind of more steampunkish with robotics and stuff. But 9 was more of a callback to the medieval type Final Fantasy.
Yeah, I feel like, or I seem to remember some of the discussion around Final Fantasy IX, or the creation of Final Fantasy IX was strictly to contrast with Final Fantasy VIII, right? I don't know how maybe Final Fantasy VIII certainly didn't do as well commercially or critically as 7. 7 was for a lot of people a masterpiece, and for a lot of people it's their favorite one. We'll get to those lists later, but I can definitely see in Final Fantasy IX that return to the more fantasy setting, and they've really simplified the systems in the game. It's a fairly easy game to play, not in terms of maybe grinding or challenge or anything, but in terms of systems, it seems easier. Yeah,
and I mean for me too, like I think Vivi's one of my favorite characters in the series too.
Yeah, he's one of the great symbols of how the game is a return to the Final Fantasy of old, right? I mean, he looks just like a black mage, or a black mage from Final Fantasy 1. So, he kind of hits the nail on the head in terms of bringing back that old group, maybe the older fans of Final Fantasy. Maybe 7 and 8 weren't for you, but with 9, we're going back to something you remember from NES or Super Nintendo games.
Yeah, and it makes sense too, because for 9, so it was kind of the original cast of crew that were working on it. Like Sakaguchi was the writer for 9, Amano was the artist, so he still had that kind of old, the original team. And I mean, the director was Ito, who had been there from the beginning as well. So it's easy to see why they maybe wanted to go back to the roots a bit after, the 7 and 8. It made sense where they went with 7 and 8 because new generation of hardware, they wanted to push the limits of what they could do, and especially with like Final Fantasy 8 with the CG cutscenes and that sort of thing. Like Johnny and I were discussing, there was different scenes in 8 where you had that kind of low poly character running on screen, but then you had like the CG behind it.
Right. Yeah.
And yeah. So 9 was definitely more of a callback to the traditional, but still with like, it was still, I found it like a beautiful game, and found like the opera scene in it and stuff was funny too. And
yeah, Final Fantasy IX, it's really colorful. It's really kind of romantic or medieval or something like that. Very different from 7 and 8, which were very dark and dour, and maybe adult or grown up would be a way to think of it. They were cool games. Especially 7. Cool games for a new console, right? The PlayStation. It's not the the older Nintendo games that you grew up with. This is a system for adults or older teenagers and things like that. Maybe dealing with more serious themes or something like that too. But Final Fantasy IX, yeah, definitely more back to basics for the series. I don't know that I've ever played the game through. I had it at some point when I first got a PlayStation 3 and it came to PSN. I downloaded it and played a bunch of it. I don't think I finished it though. I've been playing it a little bit over the last week or so. I'm probably about 10 hours in, somewhere on the second disc. And I'm kind of appreciating it more now, going back to it after playing more games and thinking about the series a little bit more. I think it is a fun game. I like the way it looks. It's cute. The music is actually really good. I kind of forgotten about how great the overworld theme is. The boss battle and the theme is really good too. It's definitely a return to form musically for Uematsu, at least in my mind.
Mm. Well, and it was his last exclusive score for Final Fantasy.
Right. He appears in games, Final Fantasy games after 9, but not as the sole composer. He might add a song or add a few tracks to the OST, but not doing the whole thing anymore.
From what I've read, Final Fantasy IX is his favorite score.
Oh, is that right? Yeah, that's cool. I can see it. It's maybe a culmination of everything that he's done before. It's a great soundtrack. Yeah.
And Final Fantasy IX, again, I've talked to people, I get differing answers, but it was a commercial success, and critically, really, like if you look up reviews, it does hold some of the highest scores of the series.
Certainly. I find it visually, it's tough to go back to this game. Like, I'm playing it on my 4K TV on PlayStation 3, and it looks, it's colorful, and there's whimsy to it, but it's also kind of ugly in spots. The character sprites are really ugly, very blocky, even with the screen smoothing. And I set the screen so that it's the original square size. It's not full screen or anything like that. But yeah, I find that I don't know how well the visuals of the game hold up.
Yeah.
I don't know what you think about the look of the game.
Yeah, I agree with it, especially like with Final Fantasy VIII holding such a place in my heart. 9 had some high expectations going in, and it was different. So, and it took some getting used to for me. So it'll be interesting to see with the Switch version coming out if how much improvements graphically that they do, because I'm pretty sure they announced it's like a remaster, I think, right? For there'd have to be improvements of some kind. I don't know if they would just repackage the original. Like, I know it came out on I guess I should have looked it up first, but I know they have like a Windows version of it now and an Android version.
Right, yeah. So I think they did the same thing with 7 and 9. There's a Steam version or an updated PS4 version that has a few extra options. I think they've smoothed out the look of the game, and I think you can maybe turn off random encounters and stuff like that, which is cool. Like, I want those features in a version of the game if I'm going to go back to them, right? So yeah, hopefully the Switch gets versions like that. They're not necessarily remastered, but they're definitely retouched. They have some improvements to them, which is good.
Yeah, so and this is a game like of the Final Fantasies that were announced for the Switch. This might be one. We'll see what the prices are, but this might be one I pick up.
Yeah, I mean, I'm such a sucker for this series and for the Switch, frankly, that I'm probably going to buy a bunch of these games when they come next year. 7, 10 HD, not 12 because I played that on PS4 recently, but definitely going to pick up 9 and give it a good go on the Switch. Just that portability and the great screen on the Switch. It's a tough combination to beat.
Any final thoughts?
Yeah, just a couple of things in there. One is a criticism, and one is maybe why the game doesn't really resonate with me as much. I never owned a PS1, so I didn't have that going from that feeling of going from 7 and 8 and then maybe wanting a traditional game which came in the form of 9. I just don't have I don't have the nostalgia for those games either. I was always or often kind of a spectator to those games rather than the person playing them. So I don't have a ton of memories associated with those games. I think 7 is great. Like I said, I did play it on the PC, and I've since played it on either the PS3 version or the PS4 version. But I like 7 a lot. But with 9, I never finished it through and never owned the original version. So it just didn't really capture me the same way. Mm-hmm. And the other thing, a criticism of the game is I don't really like the way that you learn abilities and the way that you equip abilities through equipment. I love the materia system from 7. I really like the magicite or esper system from 6. I think those are really straightforward, but you could make really unique characters and kind of customize them how you wanted with those abilities. But yeah, the system in FF9, I just don't really understand it. It does seem maybe overly simplified. I don't know if do you have any thoughts on the way you gain abilities in FF9, David?
Yeah, I'd probably say the same. It's been so long. Like that all sounds familiar to me. But it's been a while. Like it didn't leave. The one thing that I would say about 9 is it didn't leave the same impression, that lasting impression that other games in the series left. Right. So I remember enjoying it, but then if we were to like go through the story, like I know there's pieces missing. It didn't. For me, it didn't quite capture me. But again, like you said, I think it's the same thing where I didn't play it when it came out. Like it wasn't like I wasn't there for the hype or for the anticipation of it. Like it was definitely something that I was going back to later on, and I think I played it on like PS2 as a backward compatible thing. So
yeah. Something else I noticed, or I was just thinking about. I don't know about you. Like I'm a huge fan of 2D games. Like I like my 2D Zeldas over my 3D Zeldas. I like my 2D RPGs over my 3D RPGs, and there's something simple and maybe comfortable about how in Final Fantasy 4 or 6 or 5 you get into a battle and you're doing the battle right away. You're putting in actions, your active time meters are going up, you're right into it. But with 7, I don't know about 8, I haven't really played 8 very much, and 9, there's this whole theatrical production to every single random battle. There's the screen kind of fades to black in this, kind of blurring special effect. And then there's a camera that rotates around the battlefield at what feels like forever before you actually put in any commands. And it just kind of grates on me after a while,
Yeah. Well, though 8 was like that too. There was like just a quick little like intro of the monster, and then they do like a little twirl with their weapon or whatever to prepare, and then it was funny. I was speaking with Johnny about in 8 too. You have the Guardian forces where their attack is like a theatrical montage. Like it's where you call the Guardian force, and then there's like an intro to the Guardian, and where they come in, and then they do their move, right. And I don't believe there's any way to skip it. Like it's basically if you want the move, you're watching the video, and I mean some of them were like 30 to 60 seconds. So like you said, there seemed to be more like in the PS era. There was a very theatrical element to the Final Fantasy games that didn't. It wasn't as snappy as like you said with the 2D, where it's kind of like getting down to business sort of thing there. And I think part of that, like, I think part of that would be like just that generational, like, we can do it now sort of thing. Like, this is something we can do, so let's toy with it. But
yeah, certainly showing off the hardware, I get it.
Yeah, but when you go back to it now, like, the hardware is not impressive. So now I can totally see how it would be like, well, like, this is grating on me because this isn't impressive anymore. So it's not as.
I mean, I'm talking about a random battle with a single enemy that I'm going to kill in one hit, and I've spent 15 to 20 seconds watching the camera show me this enemy from like 10 different angles. Like,
yeah, that's right.
It really seems so inconsequential, and I get it. It's a relic or something that belonged to that time period for sure, but. You'd think by 9 they would have maybe just tried to go back to the past even more and simplify it a bit, but yeah.
No, that's definitely something you have to live with if you go back to those the PS trio.
Yeah, true enough.
Perfect. Alrighty, so that's great with 9, and so what I'll be doing now is I'm going to be running the gauntlet with Johnny with the last Final Fantasy 10 through 15, and then we're going to be wrapping up our Final Fantasy talk with a rundown of our rankings of what we feel are our favorite Final Fantasy titles. All right, and we're back with Johnny's going to help me run the gauntlet on the final few games in the Final Fantasy timeline.
It's the lightning round.
Yeah, the lightning round. 10 through 15. We're gonna skip the MMOs. 11 and 14. We're just gonna stick to the single player experience time.
That suits me just fine.
Yeah, I was. I can tell you, I was very angry back in the day when the MMOs came out because that was time, resources away from what I wanted, because I wanted nothing to do with MMOs.
True, but I mean, it certainly, what you can say about them is it was very, very interesting decision from Square and later Square Enix to make those numbered games in their biggest franchise, and to put the kind of resources into them that they did. And I think it's cool. I mean, I'm not a fan of the MMOs, but I respect them from the sense that they do reflect Square's interest in always doing something new with every game. And when you have 15 games in the main series, it helps to have that kind of attitude, where you never feel overly beholden to the way you've done things in the past. You're always trying to push the envelope, and I think it's cool that they did in that way.
Yeah, I would agree. It's to keep things fresh. I get that. They just weren't for me.
Yeah, same.
Exactly. So, okay, well, we'll start with Final Fantasy X, the first soiree for Square on the PlayStation 2, released back in 2001 in July, December if you're in the West, like we are. Mm-hmm. Largely the same crew from the early ones, like Katase is the director, Nora and is the art director. So it's pretty much the same dev team for the past few iterations. I was telling Johnny off my memory, I remember at the time really enjoying the game. I didn't remember much about what happened in the game, and then recently thought I would give it another go, and I didn't get very far.
Yeah, 10 doesn't hold up all that well, and I think a big reason of it is that the voice acting is just very poor. I mean, it was an incredible feature at the time. It was the first. This was the first. I think 10 was the first Final Fantasy game to have any voice acting from the main characters in the game.
Yeah.
Other than Eyes on Me was a vocal song, but it's not performed by a character. And 10 certainly is not fully voiced. by any means. There's tons of text in the game that is not voiced, but the major story scenes are voiced, and it was exciting at the time. It was really a brave new world. I mean, there just weren't many games of this scope that were attempting to pull off that kind of production. And of course, it made the localization a lot more challenging as well. But yeah, I just don't think the quality of writing or acting is really good enough to carry the story the way that they wanted to. And yeah, it's a very strange story. There are some memorable characters in it. I think the main character is quite irritating, Titus.
Yeah,
and
I agree with you there. Although I did enjoy playing Blitzball. I will say that.
Yeah, I do not like Blitzball, but it's very divisive. It does have its fans. It has a share of fans. But yeah, Blitzball is like a kind of a strange turn-based strategy game. It's very three-dimensional, and I think the way it's displayed on the screen adds to the confusion quite a bit.
I'll agree with you there. Yep.
Yeah. But I like it as a story conceit, that Waka is like way into it. And it's the sport that all over the world everybody is interested in. Like I think it's a cool thematic element. I just don't actually like playing it very much. But the 10 has a lot of good stuff. It's a pretty good battle system. Like I said, pretty good characters. It's an interesting, very organic world that it takes place in. There's not a lot of high technology. It feels mystical and ancient and primitive in a way. That is more consistent. It's more internally consistent than a lot of the other Final Fantasy games, where they mash up a lot of medieval stuff with a lot of like futuristic technology and magic and science coming together. You don't have that quite so much in 10. It feels more mystical and religious. The main characters are very they have their own weird religion that's kind of explained gradually throughout the game, and it's very focused on that. So I respect 10 a lot. I think you and I have the same major criticism of it, which is the game is just way too linear.
Yeah, I think they're going for more of like a live the story, like go through the story sort of playthrough. So it's.
Yeah, but
yeah.
It also has I certainly at the time I felt like, well, they probably did it this way because they couldn't pull it off otherwise. Like having a big world where you can go roam around and find secret places and go on side quests and things. It just felt like that there was they had to restrict the scope of the world in Final Fantasy X in order to pull it off graphically, within the technology that they had at the time, within the budget or whatever.
Yeah.
It felt like they were trying to do a game that in a lot of ways was in the style of the PlayStation 1 games, but now bring it up to a much higher level of technology on PlayStation 2. And in doing so, they really had to constrict what where you're able to go. And to me, the cardinal sin was when you finally get an airship very late in the game, and the process of flying around the world on this amazing airship is you open up a menu and choose which location you want to go to. I mean, in Dragon Quest, that would be a spell, that you would get very early in the game. It's not that big of a deal. But in Final Fantasy X, there isn't really a world to explore. It is just a series of, hallways that are, that are wrapped up in different clothing, and filled up with characters. So, yeah, it is. If you're a fan of the exploration in this series, there's really almost none in Final Fantasy X, which definitely lowers it in my estimation.
Yeah, I'd agree. Like I love the open world part. The ones that are more open world, those are my favorite. And like I said, yeah. I think part of it, like you say, is I think their focus just went into, it's like, okay, this is the new generation of console. We have this capability now. Let's focus on the production value over some of the things that we would enjoy, like the open world. That's like that's where they were focused. You could tell that it's like,
it's understandable, but I don't like it.
Yep, exactly. So we will move on.
Sure.
And I guess we're not saying don't play it. Just
no.
Lower on the list.
It's a fine game.
Yeah.
And I never played 10-2, so I can't really comment on the spin-off games like that. I never really played any of them.
Yeah, for another time.
10-2 looks wacky. Like it is appealing on a certain level, in that it just looks really silly. But I never messed with it.
No, you're probably better off. So, alright. So yeah, like we said, Final Fantasy XI was an MMO, so we'll skip on that. And next up is Final Fantasy XII.
Yeah.
So this was this was a departure a bit because Square went to it was a new team that was in charge of making this one, and the gentlemen in charge were actually recently moved over from Quest. They made the jump from Quest to Square, and they had been working on Final Fantasy Tactics and Vagrant Story, which got a lot of praise. So they were handed the keys for Final Fantasy XII, and this was the first game where they decided to get rid of the random encounters, and now you can see your enemies before you fight them.
Yeah, that's true. I hadn't thought about that, but yeah, I guess I kind of take it for granted now.
Yeah, and it was also it was funny too, the original director, Matsuno, who was one of these gentlemen from Quest, was the original director and wrote the story, but unfortunately he couldn't finish because with some of these Japanese directors, I think he just put a little too much into the work and had to bow out due to health reasons. So Hiroku Ito took over, who was doing mostly battle design at the time, and he was the director of 9, and he took over director duties for the remainder of 12. So
okay. Well, the battle system in 12 is one of the most interesting things about it, because it is quite different than any other Final Fantasy game that I can think
of. This one I've only played once, and it was a while ago. You the same as well? Like, did you?
Yeah, just the one time, but it was not when it. I want to say it was maybe not when it very first came out. Maybe it was a year or two later, and I really like 12. It's one of my favorites of the kind of later era of Final Fantasy. I don't think it has the strongest story, and I think, as I recall, a lot of the biggest story scenes are told in CG, which, shouldn't be a huge surprise, but a lot of the character development and the really momentous scenes, it felt very hands-off, and also seemed to be taking place in like these councils of judges where all these guys are standing around in giant suits of armor and yelling at each other, and you can't see their faces a lot of times. And I remember feeling just very confused about the overall plot of 12. Like there's kind of a small plot that centers around your main characters, and they talk to each other. Like that one makes more sense and is easier to follow. But like there's also like a grandness that's happening on kind of a geopolitical level in this game, that it was a struggle for me to follow what was really happening there, and I'm not sure I could put my finger on exactly why. It has been quite a number of years, but this game, I believe, was also the first mainline Final Fantasy that took place in Ivalice, which is kind of a planet. I think it's technically a planet that was introduced in Final Fantasy Tactics. And so it has sort of a different style, a different set of rules, a different... it's split up into like different races of people. So I don't remember all the names, but I think there's the Selkies, where have the rabbit ears, and then there's some people who have more like tails, and they're kind of short. Again, I'm sorry, I don't remember all the names, but they also showed up in like Final Fantasy Crystal Chronicles on GameCube a few years later. So they've been sprinkled throughout the series. At least throughout the wider franchise in a number of games, but 12 was kind of like the main starring feature for all those people, and it has a distinct character to it that I quite like, and they definitely reacted against the constricted format of Final Fantasy X by giving you very large, don't know if I would call it open world, but really large maps that you can run around, and there are some secrets out there. There's certainly, extra powerful enemies and alternate routes to get through certain areas. And I enjoyed going out and exploring those. I think they're akin to the kind of zones that you might have in an MMO. So maybe some of it was, some lessons that that Square had learned from developing 11 that were able to apply here. And the battle system also is MMO inspired, in that there are some auto attacks, and some of it is it's more real time based rather than the active time battle system is still essentially a turn-based menu system where there are things happening in the background so that you're encouraged to hurry up and make decisions. But in 12, the battle's just happening the whole time, whether you do anything or not. And your success may or may not be related to how actively you participate in it. And a lot of the game, especially as it progresses and you get closer to the end, a lot of the battle system becomes more about preparation than about what you're doing during the battle itself. You still have to pay attention a little bit and react to certain things, but a lot of it is just about how well did you set up all the gambits for your characters and the kind of decision making and like very crude artificial intelligence algorithms that the characters will use in order to react to various things that might happen depending on what kinds of enemies they're fighting or what happens to them, if they're cursed or poisoned or slain during the battles.
Mm-hmm. Well, and it's funny. This Christmas, I actually asked for the Final Fantasy Zodiac Age on PS4, so I'm definitely going to go back to it at some point when the deluge of Switch games slows down a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But that's you kind of touched on everything that I can remember.
Yeah, it's probably one of the least traditional Final Fantasy games in a lot of ways. But I think 12 is very appealing. It's a game that I feel like, at the time, there wasn't a ton of buzz around it. It also came out at like a really weird time during the year, and it got lost a little bit in some other things that were happening in video games at the time. And so I feel like it's a game that a lot of fans of the franchise really skipped or didn't, or mess around with it, but it didn't click with them, and so they never really finished it. And I think 12 is one that I would definitely consider going back and playing through again. And they've done a lot of work on it in the recent years to spruce it up, make it look good. I think they've rebalanced some of the gameplay in the Zodiac version of it. So this is, to me, with all the re-releases that were recently announced for Switch, this is one of the most appealing because it's a game that I think would work very well from a portable standpoint, because you can, especially during the battles, you can take your eyes off of it for a little while and it'll be okay. And so I think it works well as a portable game from that standpoint, but also it's a game that is probably underappreciated and underplayed compared to a lot of the other Final Fantasies.
Yeah, it does seem like something that could probably get a second life with people going back to it. And like you said, especially on portable. So hopefully that's earlier 2019 and not later 2019. Time will tell.
Yeah.
Perfect. So, talking about non-traditional Final Fantasy games, we have Final Fantasy 13. I don't know about you, but I could. This is one of my. It's down on my list, I have to say.
Did you complete 13?
Yeah.
I did too. I played a whole heck of a lot of 13. It is a game that is considerably too long, in my opinion.
Yeah, and it's one long hallway.
Well, until it's not, right? Once you get to Grand Pulse, which is
the end,
30 or it's like 30 or 40 hours into the game. It's like it's very deep into the game, but all of a sudden, here's this massive, area that you can explore. There's lots of secrets and stuff. There's like giant monsters roaming around. It starts to feel much more like Final Fantasy, but not until really deep into the game. And by that point, you might be a little bit tired of it. I wasn't. I was glad to see it take that turn, and I enjoyed the latter half a lot more than I did the first half. But the end game of it, I mean, a lot of these games have kind of, the end games tend to drag out, and they're full of like really long, repetitive boss battles and stuff, and not a lot of fresh ideas. And I think that's especially true for 13. But Yeah, sorry. I know you want to get into the basics of it at least.
Yeah, well, I mean, it came out in 2009. I still remember playing it on. I can't remember if I had it on. I think it was my PS3 back then. And
it was the first one to come out on Xbox as well, which was
it was on the 360.
Controversial.
I know.
Not a great version of that game, actually. The 360 version was pretty majorly downgraded from a PS3. So this game is one of the reasons I got a PS3.
Oh, really?
It might have been 2008, 2009, right around that time. Yeah.
Yeah, I had both, but I'm 99% sure it was the PS3 version I played on. I mean, it had an interesting combat system.
Very, yeah.
Yeah, so I don't know. I can't say I was overly thrilled with the combat system, but I have to at least give them some credit for trying to do something new, I guess. I don't know.
Yeah, we should say what that was. I mean, without getting into the ludicrous jargon of the game. I mean, it's got just. I mean, one of the really irritating things about 13, even more so than some of the other games in the series, is that they take elements that anyone who's ever played any other Final Fantasy game would recognize. Right? They're like basic tenets of the franchise. And they're in there, but they twist them up so they're a little bit unrecognizable and very weird. And also they give them bizarre names that are not recognizable at all. And so the story and the gameplay systems are really not that complicated, but it feels like they were trying to obscure these things and make them seem more different compared to other games in the series than they actually were. Just by like naming them in a made up language, and there's a lot of apostrophes and things, and it's just like it's a poorly written game in a lot of respects, but the way that they name things and the way that they build up the world setting, I think is especially poor in 13, and it drove a lot of people crazy at the time, and it makes the story quite difficult to get into in the early goings. Once you get over the hump and you realize, oh, this stuff isn't actually that complicated at all. It's not such a big deal, but the first few hours are pretty frustrating to try to sit through some of that stuff, because it just feels like it's just gobbledygook. The characters are just talking nonsense to each other. And then once you see the scenes play out, you're like, oh, okay, I can follow what's happening here. It's not that hard. There's people, they're chasing them in an airship and they're shooting things at them, and these people are trying to run away. Like it's not anything you haven't seen before, but the terminology is just really up its own ass.
The l'Cie?
Yes, the fal'Cie and the l'Cie and the CF, and it's just so
well,
silly.
What I guess it wasn't called a class; it was the paradigm shift. I guess it was called, and so you essentially had like different roles for each character. So you'd have like an attacker. They had a defender, like a sentinel, synergist, medic, and then the attacks had to be chained together. And I don't know.
It's really a fancy version of the job system. Yeah. It's not, again, it's like they try to gussy it up and make it seem a lot more complicated than it really needs to be. It's the job system, and the only major difference, I would say, with how it's handled in Final Fantasy V or something like that is that they make it so that you can change people's jobs in the middle of battle very quickly, and actually you're highly encouraged, required really, to change people's jobs very frequently. And in advance, outside of a battle, you can set up different combinations of jobs. So you can say, well, I want a formation where I'll have everyone will be attacking, or I'll have another where it's more balanced. You'll have one person attacking, one person using attack magic, and one person using healing and defensive stuff. And then I'll have another one where we're mostly focused on defense, but I'll have one person in the back who's doing something like very specific that'll whittle away at this enemy's weakness. And you could create different combinations for different areas in the game, different boss battles that you might be struggling with, and you're really encouraged to be creative and to think about the kinds of strategies, and you're encouraged to swap in and out of these groups of jobs very, very frequently. Sometimes you set something up, and then once the enemy is staggered or they're weakened by something that you've done, now you swap everybody out into a totally different formation, and now they do something very different. It's really cool. It's fast-paced. It's interesting. It's something you haven't really done before in the series. I think the battle system is the best thing about 13, and it kept things interesting pretty late into a very long game. But almost everything else about 13 is a struggle. The extremely narrow linear environments that you're running through. The story is not that great. The characters, some of them are pretty annoying, especially the child. I think his name is Frost or something like that. Snow. No, Snow's a bigger guy, but then there's a smaller kid. I don't know. I do like the guy with the bird in his hair. Mainly I like the chocobo, the little baby chocobo.
Oh, yeah. That was Saz, right? Yeah, Saz.
Yeah. He's one of the better characters. I kind of like the Australian lady that you meet down
Fang?
on Grand Pulse. Yeah. I like her. But so I mean, I tend to think 13 is ragged on a little bit too harshly by a lot of gamers. I think 13 is it's a pretty good game, but it badly needs an editor. It needs a remake where someone can go through and actually just like compress things and slice out the bits that don't work that well, maybe clean up the writing so that it makes a little bit more sense, especially early on. I think there's a good game buried down under a lot of layers of needless garbage.
Yeah.
But it is worth playing through, in my opinion. If you have the patience to stick with it, it gets somewhere eventually. And it ends up feeling pretty satisfying for a good chunk of it. But that chunk comes much too late in the process, for sure.
Yeah, no, I would agree. I remember getting to that open world and just thinking, like, finally, like, how long did it take me to get here? But for me, I almost felt exhausted by the time I got there, though. That I didn't enjoy the exploration of that area as much as I should have, just because it was I was getting to the point where I was almost like, when is this over?
But also like the battle system is quite complicated, and they roll it out to you piece by piece by piece over a very, very long, I mean, really like the first 20 hours of the game, they kind of feel like a tutorial, because there's so many layers of gameplay that they don't allow you to take advantage of until you've reached a certain point in the story. And so the first several hours of the game, what you're able to do in battle is so limited that it's really not much fun. And so when you tell people, oh, that game's got a really cool battle system, if you only played the first 5 or 10 hours, you probably wouldn't believe me, because it's not that much fun in the beginning. So all you can really go on is the spectacle of it, which is just not going to hold up over time.
Yeah. Well, it's funny, that's almost just like Xenoblade Chronicles 2, where if you don't get to that, I think it's like 15-20 hours where you're actually restricted from like your full capabilities. And it's not until you're in like chapter 4 where everything's actually opened up to you.
Yeah, I don't think I got that far. I gave up before then, so I guess I should go back and spend some more time with it.
Yeah, you got to get to chapter 4, because that's when the battle system. I wasn't enjoying it as much. I wasn't enjoying it until I hit to that point, and then it completely opened up for me. So
that's good to know.
Yeah. All right, so Final Fantasy 14, as we said, another MMO, so we won't worry about that one. And so this was the other game I was excited to talk about, because, again, not that I just don't run into as many people that enjoy Final Fantasy 15 as I did. So I'm looking forward to talking to you about 15. I was a fan of it. I really enjoyed it.
I quite like 15. Yeah.
It's funny because what people rag on it about, like, I enjoyed, like, the four guys. I enjoyed that dynamic of, like, 4 friends on a road trip. I just liked it. I know, like, one of the things that was ragged on was that the time spent watching them drive a car. I was like, I don't know. There was lots of stuff to look at. It was beautiful.
Yeah.
Like, so I guess I'll get into the details first. So it came out November 2016, PS4 and Xbox One. Eventually, it's made its way to Windows and Steam.
And I feel like 15 is still a candidate for Switch at some point. They might have to downgrade the graphics a bit, but
well, I'm worried that Pocket Edition is like them just like, nah, that's good enough. No, and Pocket Edition is not good enough. Like, it's funny. I was reading some reviews and it's getting praised because apparently I have it. I haven't played it yet. I played like the first 5 minutes and I was so angry at it. I was like, this is a crime against humanity. Get rid of this thing. But apparently, like, a lot of the side, it's a very condensed version. Like, there's no side quests. It's just like there's no moving mouths. It's just the main story. It's just like kind of a run through the main story, and I'm like, that's not right. Like, you're not getting the experience. Like, a lot of my enjoyment was just doing all the little things, like going on hunts and
absolutely, yeah,
finding all of Noctis's what is it, like 13 or 14 weapons or something like that. Like,
yeah.
Like that was
15 is a game in which all the best stuff is not required.
Yeah, exactly. Like, it's funny, at the time I'm thinking, like, why is this fishing game in here? This makes no sense to me. And then I would just spend an hour fishing and thinking, like, what happened? Where did the time go? Like, I just had fun. And then, like, why does his name is I'm gonna have to look up his name, but the man with the glasses there who cooks at the campfires and stuff, and I'm just thinking, like those things, like, I just appreciate it. I don't.
Yeah, in a lot of ways, 15 is like a camping simulator. It's a road trip / camping sim. And if you go into it with that mindset and you're open to, I mean, it's a little bit of a reimagining, or it revisits some basic ideas of these games, you know, where you have these characters who go out, but like in a lot of Final Fantasy games, the characters don't interact with each other very much. You know, they spend a lot of time with each other, but they don't really talk to each other. Some of them seem to not even know each other by the end of the game. You know, like, they don't really ever have scenes together. They don't really have established relationships. You just sort of pick up party members along the path, and now you fight with me. Now you're part of my personal army. But in 15, these are characters who have known each other their entire lives. And so even though I don't like any of the characters a whole lot individually, I think there's a lot to be wanting, you know, in the way that they're characterized individually, but they're dynamic. They're group dynamic. They're even as they pair off in different combinations. I think their character interactions between each other are a big selling point of 15. And then also, I like the way that you interact with the world, because again, they've done this weird thing where the world has a certain modern realism to it, even though it's sprinkled with weird magical sci-fi elements. But overall, there's you drive a car and there's gas stations, you know, and there's like just random elements of real life sprinkled into this that you don't see in other Final Fantasy games. And when you go exploring and you go try to hunt down a big monster that someone told you about in the town, and halfway there you find a place where you have to make camp and you have to cook food and you rest and you train and you spend your experience and you suck up magic out of the ground. These are things that are either implied or explicitly done in other Final Fantasy games. They don't necessarily call it camping. You know, like in Final Fantasy IV, you go through a dungeon or a cave, and halfway through you find a save point and you use a tent or a cabin to heal up and save the game. It's fundamentally no different in 15, but in 15 they recognize that, hey, you are basically just camping. Yeah. And they differentiate that from staying in a hotel when you go into the city. You get a different amount of experience points. You have a different kind of scene. It feels different when you do these things. And so I like that they take a step back in 15 and they say, what are we really doing in these games? You know, when you go out and you slay a monster, or when you go and you have a battle and you journey from one city to another, what does that feel like to the characters who are participating in it? In other games, it's just a mechanical thing that you do in order to go to the next thing. But in Final Fantasy 15, all the stuff in between the major story points and in between the major quests, that is the actual appealing part of the game. The major, you know, the scenario, the things that happen in the story, who cares? I mean, I played the whole game and I couldn't really tell you a whole lot of what's happening. You're going around collecting summon monsters, but a lot of the plot development seems very obvious, and yet none of the characters really seem to understand what's going on. And then it just skips huge chunks of time, and now everyone's got a beard. It's like there's so much weird stuff. Like the story doesn't make a whole lot of sense, and it really doesn't leave very much lasting impact. But the characters and their interactions and the experience that you kind of have going along on this journey with them, that does stick with you. The feeling of going out there and tracking down quests and driving around the world and, seeing something interesting off to the side and just pulling the car over and then hopping out and running over there to see what I find. And I find a bounty monster, and I find some treasure chests, and I find some characters over there and some secret stuff, and experiencing that world. Like you said, when you spend a lot of time out on the road and you just spin the camera around and just look at the beautiful surroundings. I mean, they really put a lot of thought into what this world is going to look like, and I just find that very pleasurable.
Yeah, well, and then even like there's times where you're driving and Prompto will be like, "I want to take a picture," and they all get out and take a selfie. So it's just...
and the pictures look good. Like they're
beautiful.
Really smart about where they put these photo ops, and then the characters, they do all these weird, goofy little things that are different every single time. And so like at the end of the day, when you pull over and you camp out. And you save the game, and it shows you, here's all the photos that Prompto took throughout since the last time that you camped out. And it's like, oh yeah, it really does like kind of mark time and give you a sense of the progression of this journey and some of the experiences and adventures that you've had along the way. So like fundamentally, it's not that different than stuff you've done in other Final Fantasy games, but there's more self-awareness and recognition in 15, and I think it celebrates some of the really fun, cool aspects of having this kind of, big world-saving quest. I think in some ways it's more serious about the impact of this kind of story on these characters, and then in a lot of ways it's just more enthusiastic about what this would be like, and to go out there with your friends and do something that no one believes is possible. I think it conveys the story in that aspect really well.
Mm-hmm. And it may not have been the man Matsu, but Yoko Shimomura, she's pretty good. She's a pretty good composer on her own. Yeah, I love the music of Final Fantasy 15. There's a couple. I also loved the Florence and the Machine doing versions of songs. They're also on my get pumped list for the trip to hockey. I really enjoyed the music, and it's funny. Like I'm with you, where the story, like a lot of the story, kind of becomes a little nonsensical. But I felt the ending was pretty epic. Like with that battle with the Freet, and then the final battle at the very end. I didn't find it particularly difficult, but it was. I enjoyed the epicness of it.
Yeah.
So, did you? There's two things I want to ask you. One is, did you watch the Kingsglaive movie before you played?
No, I think I watched it. Maybe it was before or fairly early on, I guess.
Okay.
Yeah, it's not a good movie. It's a good looking movie.
Yeah. I still haven't seen it myself. Like, because people are trying to say that you needed to watch it before you to understand the game, and I'm like, I still haven't watched it, and I don't feel like I missed out on anything. So
that's certainly not true. I mean, it does. It directly sets up a lot of the way things are at the beginning of 15. So it is a prequel, and it gives you a lot of background on some of the stuff that's happening, but it doesn't really shed much light on what happens once the game starts. Yeah. If that makes sense. So no, and maybe because they didn't, I don't know. I don't know. I mean, the fact that so much of the backstory and the world building is, cordoned off in this movie that's not very good, that is totally separate from the game. I think that says a lot about the ambition of 15 and also the foolishness of how they tried to tell the story in this game.
Well, and then the other section I was going to ask you about is there was a long section near the end where apparently people it was so complained about that an update actually shortened the sequence. And I'm fairly certain I played the pre-updated version because I was in that one area for a good amount of time. And it seemed to be in line. And it's funny because at the time I thought this is taking a really long time, but I wasn't getting frustrated with it. So I'm not sure if you played the pre or post, or if you even noticed.
I think I played the post patch, but not on purpose. It's one of those things that I heard about as I was playing through the game, and it was in a chapter that I hadn't gotten to yet, and so I said, oh, okay, well, I guess I'll get that improvement. And then when I actually got to that part of the game, it didn't really leave a big impression on me. I think I just kind of blasted through it really quickly, and that could be because of the revisions that they made to it, but it could also just be that I had a lot of momentum at that point in the game, and I was just I was pushing on through the story, because I had a weird tempo with how I played 15, and that I sort of got to the point where I had free reign of the world map, and then I said, okay, well, I don't care about the story enough to actually really pursue this very aggressively. And I had passed up a lot of side quests up to that point. So I started to go back. And what I found is the more side quests that I did, the more interesting new side quests would open up. And so I ended up hanging out. I kind of stopped the story cold for, I don't know, 20 or 30 hours, and just ran around and played it like Final Fantasy. And you could very easily skip that and just focus on the main story. And I think you would really miss almost everything that's good about the game if you did that.
No, I totally agree. Because it was funny because that would be my criticism of 15, was that I loved everything up until the point where I believe it's when you get on the train and it's like that's it for the open world.
Yeah, pretty much.
Yeah, so that
there's a chance to like go back very late. I think there's a point where they say, hey, if you want to, you could kind of go back to the way things were, and you could run around and do more stuff. And I took advantage of that.
I think wasn't there like some time travel thing where
something like that.
Yeah,
you go back and you go into
it's like a memory.
Yes, you go into his dreams or something.
Yes.
You talk to the dog or whatever.
That's it. The dog, the spirit dog.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
You talk to him and you would relive your past or something to go back to the open world. But
yeah,
it was weird, but
it's worth doing. I mean, there's a lot of great stuff that's easy to miss. So yeah.
But I think that's part of why I enjoyed it too, though, is because I went more heavily on the side quests, and really I don't think I had much left to do, if anything, when I finally got to the end, and I'm like, yeah, I guess I'll finish the story, because I was just having too much fun.
Yeah. Also, there's a point where you get your ring powered up, and Noctis, the main character that you control, he becomes very overpowered at that point. That's and right. It's kind of fun to run around and just make light of all the big monsters that you come across once you get to that point.
I think the only thing that I didn't finish in 15 was the Adamantoise mountain.
Is that the secret dungeon?
It's a secret boss where there's a mountain in the game that is like the turtle. So you piss off the turtle, it wakes up, and then it's the most powerful boss in the game.
Oh, cool. I don't think I did that one.
Okay. And it's funny because I never beat it because I've heard conflicting reports on how long it takes to beat them. Like, I've heard people saying, like, oh, I beat it in a couple hours, and other people were like, well, it took me like 30 real hours to beat him.
I mean, even 2 hours would be way too long.
Yeah.
That's stupid.
That's why I started it. I guess there's like a trick to doing it, but I didn't see the appeal in it. So I'm like, you know what? I did everything else. I can live without doing this.
Wow. No, I should watch a video or something just to check it out. But no, what I did do though, I defeated the secret dungeon, which you can only get to once you get the flying car after you beat the game.
Yes, yeah.
Did you mess with this?
That. Yeah, I did. Yeah.
Yeah.
I love that. Just on a tangent for that airship, I love the fact that you can crash the airship if you don't land properly.
In fact, it's quite likely that you will crash and your party will die. It's one of the only times in the game that I actually had a game over. is crashing that car. It's pretty difficult to land it.
And it takes a little bit to get up and a little bit to get down. It's hilarious.
Yeah. You need a lot of runway to do it, and you really have to find a straight stretch of road to pull it off. There's only certain places in the world where you can really do it. But yeah, that last secret dungeon, it's like once you find it, it's so obvious that some programmer did it in his free time. Like it just plays completely differently than the rest of the game. There's no battles. It's all like platforming stuff. And the game it's not built for it at all. But you know what? They made it work. Yeah. They really did. They found a way to make it work. And it's quite frustrating, but mostly for the right reasons, I think. I mean, it's exacting. There's a lot of very tricky jumps and weird timing that you have to do, a lot of moving platforms and spikes and stuff like that. But it's full of checkpoints, and I played it over the course of probably a couple weeks, and just gradually made my way through it. And when it was all over, I was like, oh, that's too bad. I would have enjoyed going further with it, frankly. Yeah, it's really cool, and I don't remember what reward you get, but it's not a reward that's worthy of the effort that you put into it. But no. That dungeon actually might be my favorite thing in the whole game. It's totally bizarre, and like I said, you can't even get to it until after you beat the game. But yeah, it's wacky that it's in there, and it just makes me enjoy 15 even more.
Yeah, exactly. Perfect. Do you have any final thoughts on 15 before we kind of put a bow on the series?
No, I think 15 is a game that's very easy to play the wrong way, or to play a way that you will not enjoy. But I think it's important to know that there are alternatives. You know, there's probably a way to play that game that, at least if you're a fan of other Final Fantasies, I suspect that there is a way to play that game that you will have fun with, that you could easily overlook. So it's worth a second look if you tried it and bounced off of it.
Yeah, no, I totally agree. Perfect. So, maybe just to wrap it up, we had talked about, we're going to do our Final Fantasy rankings, but maybe just before that, what are your thoughts about going forward? There has to be a Final Fantasy. I know they've got that 7 remake that I don't really care about personally.
I'm morbidly curious about it. I mean, I like 7, so it's not that I don't think it's unworthy of a remake. I don't know that it's the most worthy of a remake or the most in need of a remake. But I'm certainly excited to see more of it.
I'm more like what's next, you know? Like I'm ready for 16, and I'm open on whatever they think. I thought 15 was done well. So I have no reason to believe that 16 can't be done well. I guess it would be more. We'll have to take out a pool on what year. Will I? I'm hoping to get it before I turn 50.
It won't be in this decade.
No, I don't think so either.
Probably not on the current hardware either.
No, I don't imagine. They must be working on it though. You would think.
Sure. I mean, 15 was actually a pretty big success for them. I think there was, 15 was just a brutal development cycle. It took about 10 years to make it. And it started and stopped and totally restarted that game, rebooted it multiple times. So it was extremely expensive. And if 15 had done poorly, I think the company would have really struggled, and they might have never made another one like it. They might have just said, well, we'll focus on smaller spin-off projects that don't cost as much. But 15 turned out to be a pretty big success for them, and I think it helps that it was on a lot of platforms, and but yeah, and it had good word of mouth too, which some of these do not. So some of them seem to be heavily marketed up front. And then they have a big sales, but then they kind of fizzle out. And 15 seemed like it really had legs on it. People continued to discover it months and months after the initial release and kept playing it and kept finding new things that they liked about it. So, I'm excited for that as a fan of 15. I certainly have no expectation that 16 will be very much like it. And, I imagine it'll be different than all the other ones. Like one of the things I like about Final Fantasy is it's pretty hard to predict where they would go with the series at any point in the series, because they change it up so much every time. And I love that. So I really don't have any particular predictions about 16 other than I do think they will make one, and it could be a disaster. They've had some bad ones, and it could be amazing. But I'll definitely be interested to see how they do.
Yeah, the only I'm open. The only thing is I want an open world.
Sure,
Just
I always want that.
Stay away from the 13 hallway. Just keep it open. I love the exploration. As long as there's, that's the skeleton of the game, I'm open and excited.
I'd love for them to go even a little harder with it, more like in the Xenoblade vein, because 15 has a beautiful world and there are a lot of fun places to explore in it, and a lot of fun quests, but there's so many invisible walls in that world. And so there's a lot of frustrating points where you see a really cool place that the game it's not interested in letting you go over there. And I'd love for the next time that they go that route to, give you a more effective jump maybe, or climbing like from Zelda, some way to, playing 15, I played it at the same time as I was playing Breath of the Wild, and it's a pretty stark contrast in the way that those worlds are built out. They're both interesting in their own ways, but Zelda is a world where you can basically go anywhere and do anything, and that's certainly not true for 15. So I would like to see them give you a little bit more, give you more tools to explore, and have it not feel quite so restrictive.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. Alrighty. Well, how about we finish it off with a rundown of our Final Fantasy rankings of
okay.
You want to go from least to best?
Sure, I can do that. So at the bottom of my list is Final Fantasy 3, the Japanese 3, which was for Famicom. I never really played it, maybe just for a few minutes on the DS remake. But I never got pulled into it because I'd heard that it was just extremely grindy and overly difficult and just not that rewarding. I will probably check it out eventually. I think my curiosity and my completionist personality will not allow me to leave it behind forever. But I have not yet found the gumption to go and grind through Final Fantasy 3. So that one is sort of my default, just because I'm not really all that familiar with it. After that would be Final Fantasy 2. That's the Famicom version, the sequel to the original. I played some of this on PlayStation. I don't think I finished it. I really didn't like it very much. It's a game where you end up spending a lot of time attacking your own party members in order to increase their max health.
Yeah.
Which is absurd and should never be in any video game. So yeah, it's kind of dumb. It's very similar to the Saga series, which Square has been making for a long time, and I don't think those games are very good either. They have a lot of the same kind of mechanics. It's very very non-linear, which is cool, but yeah, I don't think it's very much fun. After that would be 10. Some of the reasons we talked about earlier. Then 13. Which I do like more than 10, but it's still towards the bottom overall of the series for me. Then 9, which I find Final Fantasy 9 to be very overrated. I think the story is one of my least favorites probably in the whole series, and I don't think the characters are very endearing at all. I do like the overworld. I like some of the stuff you can do with the chocobos and things like that, but
another
overall,
opera scene though.
Yeah, it's not nine is to me is trying too hard to recapture the magic of the Super Nintendo games, and it comes across as just kind of sad, and just not a very good fit for the platform either on PlayStation. Then 5, which is my least favorite of the Super Nintendo games, but still very solid, no doubt. Then 7. Which I have plenty of problems with, but I also think the sheer ambition of 7 should not be discounted. And I think there's lots of memorable scenes, lots of very memorable things that you get to do in that game. And I think 7 has an underrated overworld. It's pretty exciting when you first get out of Midgar and you're on that overworld and you pan the camera around and you realize just how big it is and how many cool places there are to go. I really like that aspect of it. Let's see. After 7 is 12, which is kind of, right in the middle of the pack for me. It's a game that I think will benefit from the revisions that they've made to it, which is a reason that I'm interested in going back. Then 8, which is my favorite of the PlayStation 1 trilogy. And then 15, which we just talked about. Certainly, is up there for me. Certainly my favorite of the modern Final Fantasy games. And then 1, Final Fantasy 1, which is it's very, very fun to go back to. I think for such an old game and primitive in a lot of ways, it holds up really well and is just a really good RPG. It has an interesting, basic but interesting story and a really fun battle system. And then Final Fantasy VI from Super Nintendo. That's my second favorite of the whole series. We talked about that one a lot. And then I think just slightly edging it out, my favorite Final Fantasy is 4 from the Super Nintendo. I think it has my favorite story and my favorite characters of the whole franchise. And multiple overworlds to explore.
Yeah.
Which are tied together thematically and interact with the plot and the characters in a lot of very fun ways. So I very much like that. That's a game that one of the themes of Final Fantasy IV is transportation and all the different ways that you have to get around the world and being locked off and gaining access to things that you've seen before but that you weren't able to get to. I just think that's really fun in video games in general. And I think 4 does it in a really cool way. And you get to go to the moon. There's a whole chunk of the game that takes place on the moon, and it's really cool. So I'm a very big fan.
Cool. Well, yeah, my list is the bottom half is similar. So I'll start. I have 3 as my least, and for the exact same reasons where I just don't have. I started it, but a long time ago, and I just don't have the memory of it. So it starts off at the bottom, and then number 2 is for the exact same reason. Like, I actually picked up. I never remember the correct title. If it's the anthology where 1 and 2 come packaged together on the Vita. I just recently got that because I wanted to see how 1 worked out, and I knew I'd play 2 eventually, just because I'm the same way of. I have to play them all, and like if my memory is gone of one of them, I'm gonna have to play it because I want to remember them all. And then 5, 13 comes after that because of the linear just brings it down for me. Mm-hmm. 10 comes after that, and then 7 because I had the same experience with 7 where it's just it felt to me, I don't know if because it came in after the hype. I don't know if it felt overrated and that kind of, or if it just got played up so much and then it just didn't stick with me, so it kind of affected my experience with it. But
7 is, you really had to be there, right time, right place to appreciate 7, I think.
Yeah, I think so too. And then 12 is about the middle of the pack. Just again, I remembered enjoying it, but it wasn't memorable like. Mm-hmm. In the same way.
It's not iconic.
Yeah, exactly.
A lot of these are. Yeah.
And then the top half, where it's a bit of a flip with me, where 4 comes next for me. Just because I've played it once, but it was a while ago, and I enjoyed it, but it just didn't have the same impact. But again, that's I think a lot of it is because I played them after I played the PlayStation trios before the 4, so it was kind of going back.
Did you play the Super Nintendo or the DS version?
I played the Super Nintendo version. I'm going to say that.
Sure, yeah, regardless of what platform. But the remake on DS is amazing. It is one of the best remakes I've ever played.
Okay, I'll definitely pick that up then, because I do want to go back to 4, for sure. And then 9 for me The thing with 9 is I think there's a nostalgia factor that's affecting it a bit, because 9 was what I played after 8.
Mm-hmm.
So I was kind of on that high already, of having played 8, and I'm like, okay, gotta play the next one. So, and I remember, and I enjoyed it. I get how it could be overrated though, but because I came in after, I just don't think I was kind of part of that.
Hey, Vivi is a great character. Yes.
Yeah, exactly. And then for me it's 6, and then after that is 1. I've loved 1 so much. I actually struggled with my top, well, not my top one. 15 and 1, I struggled with 2 and 3. Just because they're so different.
Yeah.
So I was like, to me, they're almost interchangeable. But like even now, I could still pop in 1, and play it. And it's funny, I actually, having played the, PlayStation remaster of 1, I still prefer 1, even though, a lot of the things that might frustrate other people were fixed. I was joking with Neil that I said I felt like the PlayStation version was cheating because it actually gave you the stats of the weapons and armor as opposed to you just guessing.
Right.
I'm like, where's the fun in that? It's all trial and error. Like, you got to use that sword a few times to get a feel for it. You can't just be told what number it is. This is BS. And then the other funny thing that it was in the original, if you attacked the same monster, but the monster died in an earlier attack, then it was just an ineffective move.
Oh yeah.
But in the remaster, they actually just switch it to someone else.
That's good.
And it's better, but to me, it was like, well, again, like, well, we were given crutches here now, like. That was part of the strategy, like you know.
It's true. You had to guess when the monster was going to die, so you could allocate your attackers to a different one. Yeah, you had to anticipate that. Yeah.
Yep. So then number 2 was 15, and rounding out was number 8.
That is I think not many people would agree with your ranking, but that's why it's your ranking.
Yeah. Well, and I think, like I said, a lot of it's just based on when I experienced it and how I experienced it. So
yeah,
I could have easily have changed if my parents had bought me that Super Nintendo like I was asking. Things could have been different.
Well, at least now you can go back and play them on modern hardware. They've been really good about keeping these out and about and fresh and fairly accessible. And one of the great things about Final Fantasy is such a long-running series that you really can kind of mark moments in your life. If you've been playing them a long time, you can associate what you were doing in a particular point in your life with when you played these, certain games in the series. I think it's a series that people have really strong attachments to on a personal level, and it makes it special.
Exactly.
And they're all so different from each other that you really can. Yeah, I mean, obviously from this episode, you can really get into the nitty gritty and compare them and argue about which ones are better. And it's not you couldn't have this conversation about Dragon Quest. The games are all, I'm a huge fan of Dragon Quest, but the games are so similar to each other. They follow a really rigid formula from one to the next that really hasn't changed very much in the last 30 years. And Final Fantasy has changed dramatically from the first one to the most recent.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree. Well, yeah, I want to thank you very much for spending the time to talk about Final Fantasy.
It was my pleasure.
It's an honor to have you on here, especially as a new NWR contributor. I came in after you had. I guess you've semi-retired from what I've been told. So
that's what I've been told too.
But I always enjoyed hearing you on RFN, and inspired me to go back and listen to some earlier RFNs as well. So
bless your heart. Good luck with that. Some rough stuff back in the early days, but we had a lot of fun doing that show, and I'm really glad it's still going. So thank you for having me. It's been really fun.
Oh, that's great. Well, I might track you down in a couple months. If I remember correctly, you are also a fan of Skyrim.
Sure. I'm not the biggest fan of the world, but yeah, I like Skyrim.
Oh, okay. Well, this season of the Thirsty Mages, we're trying to focus more. Somehow in the first season, we've missed a lot of our favorite franchises. For me, Final Fantasy is number 1. Elder Scrolls is number 2, or Skyrim specifically. And Casey's a big Diablo fan, so we'll be we're trying to get in, and it actually kind of works out well with Diablo coming on Switch and Skyrim and that. So it just happened to be topical. So
yeah, that's great.
Yeah, perfect. Well, thank you very much for coming out, and hopefully we'll have you back again on the Thirsty Mage.
All right, thank you very much, David.
All right, so Jordan, it's I'm interested in your favorite list of Final Fantasy. So Johnny and I we were pretty close there with the bottom half, and we were a little flipped on the top half. But I'm very curious to hear your least favorite to most favorite, and to find out why each was ranked where it was.
Yeah, sounds good, David. I wonder. You might not like some of my choices for sure, but just to make sure everyone's aware of what we're doing, this is my favorite final. These are my favorite Final Fantasies, not necessarily what I think are the best ones, but the ones that maybe mean the most to me, or the least, of course. So starting for my least favorite Final Fantasy would have to be 13 and the 2 sequels to it. I played, less than an hour of 13, and I just found it kind of heartless, or it didn't have the spirit of the other games. It didn't feel like a Final Fantasy game to me. It just seemed, maybe isolating or dark, and yeah, it just didn't strike me.
Well, that linear beginning just still chaps me to this day.
Yeah, I mean, the other Final Fantasy games are linear, but not literally running in a straight line. It's they might be linear in terms of storytelling. So it's just a little bit too restrictive for me.
Yep.
The next title would be Final Fantasy VIII. I'm sorry to say, David. I tried giving it a go on. I had the PlayStation version downloaded on my Vita, and I just couldn't get into it. I didn't really understand the battle system. I probably didn't give it as much of a fair shake as I should. I'll come back to it at some point, but it just kind of turned me off early. And like I said, I've told you before, I don't love the 3D versions of Final Fantasy, and after 7, I was kind of maybe ready for 9. So playing 8, I just didn't do it for me.
I won't hold it against you.
Oh, thank you. So I can come back to other podcasts, you're saying.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah. That's good. You won't be permanently banned.
I was worried. Yeah, I was worried about that. Should I put it higher to retain my spot here?
Appease the host.
Yes. Yep. My next one, I'm gonna put Final Fantasy II. Try as I might, I want to like it. I want to get through it, but the experience or the leveling up system, I just don't like. It never really worked for me. I tried doing the beat up your own teammates thing, and I felt I got pretty strong, and then I got to maybe the 3rd or 4th dungeon, and the boss just totally wiped me. So haven't gone back to the game since that happened. The next title for me would be Final Fantasy III. I don't hate it. I am interested in playing it through. It's really vanilla. It's got a job system, but it doesn't really do much with it. It just seems like it's kind of there, rather than, maybe, adding a lot to the game. It's just a Final Fantasy that I came to very late with the DS version, and, so I don't have any nostalgia associated with it either, but, I will finish it at some point. Mm-hmm. The next game is Final Fantasy V, and I've actually played very little of Final Fantasy V, probably about the same amount that I've played of 2, just a handful of hours. Final Fantasy V has a neat job system, but I found the game really maybe too open. I didn't really know where to go. When we talked about Final Fantasy I, we talked about, it's a little bit obtuse, you don't always know where to go, but there aren't that many options. You can eventually figure it out, but Final Fantasy V, I feel like you get a mode of transportation. I think you get a ship really early, and so you can go anywhere. And I really, at that point, I had no idea where to go. And so it was so open, it kind of lost me. I wasn't, maybe when I picked it up, I wasn't looking for that type of experience. So yeah, 5, I'll probably come back to it at some point. Maybe if it shows up on Switch in the future.
So yeah, we're all pretty consistent for the most part. So I mean, between the three of us, 3, 2, 5, and 13 are pretty cut. Like basically, that's the bottom half of all of our lists.
My next one is Final Fantasy 15, which I did finish when it launched. Finished it on PS4. It's a good game, but I don't know that it's a Final Fantasy game. It has Final Fantasy elements, and small touches, right? Like you can drive around in your car listening to old Final Fantasy music, which is awesome. Every game should have that. Every game should have Final Fantasy radio in it. I love that. It goes from really open to really, really linear and really claustrophobic, closed off, and I found that kind of abrupt. The story is kind of all over the place, and I just didn't like the combat. I rarely used magic. I was kind of just holding on to the X or circle button, whatever the attack button was. I was just holding on to it, and the combat kind of played itself out. So I didn't love the gameplay either. It's ambitious, and I think they've added a lot of DLC that's really maybe worth checking out. But yeah, for me, it's not a great Final Fantasy game. It's just a good video game. Mm-hmm. The next one after that is 12. I played the Zodiac Age version of 12 on PS4 when that came out. Mm-hmm. It's good. I bounced off Final Fantasy 12 when it first came to PS2. I didn't like the Gambit system, and I found the game really slow. But coming back to the new PS4 version, where you can kind of increase the speed of the game, 2 times or 4 times, and it made battles really fast. I liked that. It allowed me to kind of grind my characters up, so I didn't have to worry too much about the battle system, and I could kind of just enjoy the story and the different job classes and things like that. So 12 is good. I enjoyed playing that game. Mm-hmm. The next game for me is 10. 10 is, it's got linear segments like 13, but I really like the characters in 10. I like the world a lot more. It's colorful, it's vibrant, it's funny in some places. I like the leveling up system. I can't remember the name of it, but where you're kind of activating nodes in a grid to increase your HP or your attack damage or your defense or stuff, things like that. Mm-hmm. The progression system of 10 I really liked, and the story, I thought the story was pretty good too. I don't know if I've ever finished it. Probably got pretty close to the end, but I will be picking that one up on Switch next year, I guess, when it launches.
Oh, so you didn't see the you haven't finished 10 then? I
don't think so. I might have, okay. But yeah, it sounds like I'd probably remember it if I did.
No, you would, because I enjoyed 10 at the time when Johnny and I talked. Like I said, I had a hard time going back to it now. But the ending of 10 still kind of annoys me a bit, just the way, because I felt like I won't ruin it for you, but there's like a ending that makes sense.
Yeah.
And then there's this thing tacked on at the end, and you're like, oh, hey, you just ruined everything.
Oh, like, so it was good. It was good until they added something else.
Yeah, just like the very last few seconds.
Okay.
I felt like they didn't if they cut the last 10 seconds off of the ending, I'd have been more happy.
Right. Okay. Well, I'll look forward to getting to that point and being equally disappointed next year.
That's right.
The next game for me, so starting my top 5, number 5 is Final Fantasy 9. I think Final Fantasy 9 has a lot of charm. I don't love the progression system, but it does a lot of things that remind me of the older games in the series, which I have a lot of fondness for. I think the characters are really endearing, and I like them a lot. Vivi, Zidane, Steiner's hilarious because whenever he's walking around, his armor clinks. Yeah. And it's just such a small detail, but even they're trying to be quiet or something serious is happening and his armor is still clinking. It's just one of those really small details that adds a lot to the charm is the best word I can use for it. The game is funny. The dialogue's funny. Little character interactions are funny. I didn't love the active time events where I found them kind of jarring or kind of maybe taking away from the pacing a little bit. So that's why the game's not higher in my list. I don't think I finished it either, but I am going to be finishing it soon. So I'm looking forward to playing more of that too.
That's great.
Yeah. My fourth favorite Final Fantasy is Final Fantasy 1. You can tell, I was gushing about the game earlier in the podcast. I love Final Fantasy 1. I like you, David. It's a game I do return to pretty often. It holds a lot of nostalgia for me. It really sparked my love of the genre. And I'm always humming the battle theme or other songs in that game. It's a quick game. It's paced pretty well. It's got a lot of challenge, and I just love the idea that every time you start the game, you can start with a different party, and the experience can be pretty different that way. So, Final Fantasy 1, great game. It's really important to me.
Mm-hmm.
My third favorite Final Fantasy game is Final Fantasy 7. I know a lot of people, for a lot of people, it's their favorite game. I think it might have been my favorite too if I had a PlayStation 1, or if that had been my first Final Fantasy game, it might have been at the top of my list as well. But I really like it. I love the materia system. I love the summons, even though some of them take so long, but it's so cool to find them or to do the side quests to get Knights of the Round. You've got those optional bosses, the Ruby and Omega Ruby and Omega Sapphire. I can't remember the other one. Emerald, sorry, Ruby and Emerald. These super bosses that you kind of have to plan perfect strategy to beat them. Find all these special materia that let you cast Knights of the Round like 5 times or something. Just a really cool game. I like the setting. I like the characters. Final Fantasy VII is a game I wish I did return to more often. I'm definitely going to be grabbing that on Switch. My second favorite, again, really popular first pick, is Final Fantasy VI. What can I say about Final Fantasy VI that hasn't already been said? It's a RPG masterpiece. It cements the Super Nintendo as one of the greatest role-playing game systems of all time. Mm-hmm. The characters in FF6 are just awesome. I love all of them. You have characters that you can lose Shadow, you can lose Mog, you can get Umaro and Go-Go, but you don't need any of those characters necessarily, right? You can beat the game as it is. The World of Ruin, that shift in tone, and the fact that you have to kind of recruit everybody again, starting from scratch, was such a great idea. Really well implemented. Mm-hmm. The music's excellent. It's got a lot of challenge, a lot of again, side quests, things you don't have to do. The writing is phenomenal. The funny characters like Ultros, keeps popping up. He's so funny. Yeah. I love him. Kefka is arguably one of the greatest video game villains of all time. He's diabolical. He kills people in the game. He wins. And that's why you go to the World of Ruin. It's just unbelievable that happens. Yeah, Final Fantasy VI is an excellent game. I think it's probably the best Final Fantasy, but it's not quite my favorite one. So if you've been kind of following along here, there's only one game left. My favorite Final Fantasy game is Final Fantasy IV. I can't say enough about how important that game is to me, how many memories I have of playing that game. I love every single character in that game, even Edge, who he's terrible and useless. I still love him. Rydia, when Rydia comes back to your party as an adult or having grown her powers in the Land of Summon Monsters, when she comes into that battle and summons the Mist Dragon, it's one of those. It gives me chills just talking about it. That is one of my favorite moments in video games. I can't say enough about that game and that moment for me. I love that you go to the underground, you go to the moon. There's these different places with a lot of side quests. Again, you can find all these summons that you don't have to get to win the game, but you can kind of seek them out if you want. I get that there's plot holes, but I overlook them because the game is so interesting. You lose characters you're strongly attached to. Some of them come back, or not necessarily come back to your party, but even going back and replaying that game, I still feel those losses, even if I know I'm going to get them back later. Final Fantasy IV is just an amazing game, and certainly probably the most important role playing game in my video game history. But yeah, I think that does it, David. That's my list.
No, that's a good list. It's pretty close to Johnny. 4 and 6, obviously at the top, and you guys had about the bottom. A little bit of some moving around in the middle there, but otherwise, you guys are pretty close to the same page. So, and I think the Super Nintendo, like for most fans, I think the Super Nintendo are going to be in the top, if not the top, near the top. So
yeah, I can't imagine not having.
There's not too many people like me that want that put 8 so far up the list.
Yeah, no, but you know what, David, that's cool. Like I want to go back to 8 at some point. I got to give it more of a chance, and hopefully I'll have a chance to talk to you about it as well.
Yeah, no, it'd be great. Maybe one day again. At some point, we're going to be doing some retroactives when the time is right. So
sounds good.
Well, I want to thank you, Jordan, for joining us for the season opener of the Thirsty Mage and talking Final Fantasy. I'm sure we'll have you on as a regular for season 2. So you'll have to have your gin and tonic on hand.
Yeah, no, I'll have to stock up. Hit the liquor store sometime soon.
Right.
I love being on the podcast, David. It's my maiden podcast voyage. I've never done one of these before, so it was really interesting, and I had a great time talking about just a wonderful series of video games with you. Definitely keep me on the list for other episodes in season 2. I'd love to be on again.
Yeah, it's great. It's thanks for coming in and looking forward to future ones going forward together.
Yeah, that's great.
Thank you. Oh man, Casey, I don't know how long this episode's going to turn out. We'll find out in editing, but I think we might have set the bar for length of a podcast for the Thirsty Mage.
I'm predicting a doozy.
I'm predicting that unless your commute is over an hour, you'll be listening to this podcast for a good week.
Yeah. Woo. But you know what? That's good. There's plenty of... If you're a Final Fantasy fan, we got it locked right here.
Yeah. I hope if we skimmed over your favorite, I apologize. So we certainly focused on certain ones more than others, but hopefully you were still entertained with the ones that we did talk about. And if anyone wants to discuss their favorite, I'll be setting up the Reddit. There is a Reddit channel that hasn't got a lot of love, but I'll make sure to post something up there if people want to provide some of their experiences, or you can hit us up on Twitter too and send us a nice 240 character description of what your favorite Final Fantasy is and why. But love to have a discussion with people. It's always fun finding people that enjoy Final Fantasy and discussing it. Like I said, it's my favorite RPG so far. It still is. So,
amen, yeah. And I know the people out there are probably the big HD Pocket fans are pretty pissed right now, but we can't please everybody here.
Yeah, that's right. No, and sorry, I made the executive decision that we would ban it. Same with the MMOs. we skipped over the MMOs because we just did most. What wasn't for me. Wasn't for me.
Did you ever play the MMOs?
No, I was mad that resources were wasted on them, so I refused to play them.
I tell you what you should do is, you ever hear of NoClip?
The name is familiar, but I don't know why.
It's Danny O'Dwyer. He used to work for GameSpot, I believe. He branched is out now, and he runs something called NoClip, which is on YouTube. It is they do documentaries about video games, and they have a lot of really good ones. But there's a really fascinating one on I guess Final Fantasy XIV was the MMO, right? And
yep.
I think it's a 3-parter, so it's pretty long, but it's really cool because it goes into how it started, how it was like a colossal failure, and then how they brought in, and I'm blanking on his name now, but he came in and he was like, we can either like continue on with this and it's just gonna suck, we could like scrap it and like start fresh, or we could just try and make this game we have now better while simultaneously building a new game, because I guess the code was so bad and everything was just because I believe it was like they had a lot of really great ideas and no one was really working together, so it was just like, throw it all together in one package, and it was just a mess. So he came in and like they slowly made that game better for players while simultaneously building a fresh new game at the same time. And then they ultimately had like a big world event to the launch of the new Final Fantasy XIV, which is apparently a very good game, or it was. I don't know how active it is now, but really, really fascinating watch. If you are interested, like I said, I had no interest in Final Fantasy XIV at all, and I found it really, really cool to watch.
No, that sounds interesting, and yeah, I'll have to check that out because
to supplement the MMO.
I don't know. Yeah, that's right. Well, like I said, I never really got into it, so it'd be interesting to watch and see how, even just to see how it works. So yeah, I think
you'd like it.
So that'll be. I'll add that to my to watch list on YouTube. So
the backlog.
The backlog, exactly. Oh, perfect. Well, it was a fun episode. Looking forward to getting into some more RPGs in the not so distant future. And so if I think I had mentioned throughout the episode, if anyone is interested in doing a retroactive, or if you even have some RPGs that we haven't talked about in season 1 and you hope we get around to doing in season 2, then please feel free to let us know. On Twitter we have the Thirsty Mage, so you can follow us and send us a message or yell at us on Twitter and tell us what we haven't done that we should be doing. Or if you'd like to send that a little more personally so that the world doesn't hear about it, you can send an email directly to me. It's davidl@nintendoworldreport.com. And yeah, you can let me know if you're interested in playing an RPG together, or if you just wanted us to focus on something that we haven't gotten around to yet. So be more than happy to listen and maybe play something we haven't played yet.
Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool to get some community members chiming in with their thoughts and opinions to read out in the show too. Could be a lot of fun.
Yeah, it'd be a fun time. So yeah, like I said, we were hoping to be pretty consistent with on a monthly basis. Maybe sneak in a review episode here and there.
Yeah, we've got some RPGs coming up that we probably could sneak into a little review episode, but
yeah. Well, and it's the season of beer too, so
woo-wee.
So yeah, we're looking forward to. Oh, and I don't even think I talked about my beer in the intro.
Oh,
I better sneak that in. I better sneak that in at the very end. Hopefully, if you've made it through probably 4.5 hours of RPG, you can find out that I was drinking a Mill Street Pub's Vanilla Porter. It's like a dark, it's a pretty dark, it would be kind of like a Guinness consistency, but it's brewed with vanilla beans, so it's got kind of a sweet hint to it. And it's a seasonal beer. This time of year, it's like a fall beer, and
fall's always got the best drinks.
Oh, it does. Johnny had mentioned earlier in the episode about it's Oktoberfest, so he's or it's going to be Oktoberfest, so he was drinking a German brew. So the Mill Street Pub in our area has has the big growlers. They're like a 2-liter, I think. I can't remember. I'd have to look, but it's a pretty big tub of beer, and so I enjoy picking it up and having a few pints. So, and I needed it for this episode. It was long.
For the next episode, I will have a beer. I promise you, because for my brother's wedding, he's friends with like a local brewery. They have it's called Low Tide, and he got me like this cool growler, and Again, I haven't, like, he went on his honeymoon and everything, so he's back now, so I'm sure he's going to be bringing me over there at some point, and I'll have to fill that bad boy up with some sort of special beer they got over there. So I'll have a I'll have a glass for next time. Someone else will have to
good.
grab the keys.
That's right. Well, I'm sure we'll find a DD somewhere.
Perfect. Yeah, that'll we'll just take an Uber.
Yeah, that's right.
Or just sleep on the side of the road. Who cares?
Yep. We got home safe. That's what counts.
Yep.
All right. Well, if you made it this far, power to you. I hope you enjoyed
you.
the. Yeah, that's right. Hope you enjoyed the adventure with us and had a good time, and we look forward to having some more pints and some more RPG talk on some future Thirsty Mages.
Yes, sir. I'm looking forward to it.